Okay, we're gonna go give this another go. Play it for a couple of hours. And we'll see how we go. Yeah, you're gonna go into the thingy. It's all very interesting. Stuff happening. I have no idea what to do.
Interested from my local comic shop.
Okay, awesome.
Whether or not the fact that it's Wednesday night gaming at the said comic shop means that none of them will be able to actually watch, I don't know, but there was some interest.
Right, we're up and live.
Awesome. Yeah, I just saw someone being like, "Yay, it started."
For that one view.
I can't see number of viewers at the moment.
None right now, according to my list.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm viewing. I see Gotimus and Duki Nukem and Phantom.
Yeah, they usually lurk.
Okay, fair enough. So, quick summary of what happened last time in that case. So you were tasked to kill Monsieur Latargue, which was your first job with MI5 as a team. Pretty much went off without a hitch. There were a few minor things that happened. You found out that he was doing animal fights with all kinds of endangered species and that sort of stuff. And managed to put him down in the end with varying degrees of getting away safely. And now you've been working together as a team, the four of you, including Theodore, who at the moment is ill and is therefore not joining you on this mission. But you've been working together as a team for many years. It's up to you exactly how many, but I'm thinking in the region of 5 to 10. Do you want to expand on that?
I think there's much to expand on. I'm not sure.
That's about it. Portland
Okay.
car.
So you're all, pretty valued assassins by MI5 now.
Yay!
Let me just separate out Theodore because he's not in this anymore. Yeah, so you're back in your regular meeting room, which is, it's basically your room by this point. People want to find you guys, they come to this room.
Apart from me, I'm in my safe house.
Yeah, but, this is the TV that you normally present yourself on.
Yes.
Which is this one here, incidentally. And, yeah, your regular... Well, I'm assuming you're just, hanging out, doing whatever. Because at the moment you don't actually have tasks.
Is that what we do most working days? Just turn up and drink coffee?
Yeah.
You probably do some training as well, but there's a certain period where they know that you're here and they can come find you and give you a job. In general, if you're not actually on a mission, you're probably practicing something. So, yeah, the guy comes in and he's like, bit of a problem. The Chinese are onto us and they're not happy.
What have we done?
Well, over the years, Britain and the Chinese haven't been particularly good friends. It's been fine some of the time, but overall, there's quite a bit of animosity. And
anything specific that's kicked this off?
you've not had any specific dealings, so you don't know of anything in particular. But you, from what you've heard from other people, you get the impression that it's to do with trade agreements and rare earth metals and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's not particularly great. Basically, you want the Chinese either on side or, you want control of their stuff.
Okay.
So what do they want us to do about it?
So, we think that this one assassin might be able to help you out. Her name is Zhu, ZHU, and we want you to go and talk to her and see what you can sort out. At the moment, you're primarily on a negotiation mission. It may not end up staying as that.
Well, at least the person who isn't out sick is
Primarily a combatant, yeah.
at least of the people who we have remaining, our talkie person isn't sick,
Yes.
because that could be problematic.
I mean, that's why they picked you guys, because you're highly trained, and whilst you are missing someone, that's a stabby person, not a talkie person.
Okay, so am I going to charter flights to... Is it China we're off to?
Where are we actually meeting this person?
Well, at the moment, you just have some contact details for her.
And, okay, so like phone number or email or...
Yeah.
Friend request on Facebook.
Yeah, friends
no.
request on Facebook.
Let's say there is a super secret assassin IRC network, and you know that if you go to this particular room and whisper a certain phrase to a certain person, then they'll give you a link to another room where you can meet her and talk to her.
Wow.
Okay, so I am assuming I'm going to secret chat room of Doom.
Yep. And I mean, you can all connect in.
That sounds unnecessary and like it could be a security issue. This sounds
Well,
like
I could stream it on your screens
Okay.
by the magic of streaming.
Don't forget that. So there's rule number 1 of tabletop gaming: no Monty Python references. Rule number 2 is no recursion.
So we're not allowed to start up an RPG with this person. Is what you're saying.
So we don't ERP with them in the chat room.
So
So I need a talkie person to do the talking.
yeah,
that's
that's what I'm saying.
That's true.
I can give you access to super secret chat room of Doom, but you are
Well,
talkie person.
We all have it, right?
Yeah.
I'll go in and do the thing. Okay. So, am I gonna have to roll to get access to the secret? Super
Nope.
secret.
No, we have those details. I'm assuming.
So
Are you gonna?
you can see both. Wait, Kit, which chat windows can they see on the stream?
On the stream, I just have the Google Hangout one that's open, so that's the one that's for Roll20, whatever it's called.
So you've got the Roll20 one open, but
Yeah.
not the Google Hangout one.
No, just the Roll20 one.
Okay. So any message from now on in Roll20 until the IRC is disconnected is a message from Shu.
Should we change the font to Korean New?
It's gotta be like Comic Sans.
Right. Okay.
This is an interesting thing. I don't know if it's possible to change the font in.
It must be, surely.
I don't see an option.
You're not posting as, but
I'm
you
looking at all these other features here. They look quite interesting.
change the font color.
My settings.
Looks normal to me.
So you have received messages.
Okay, so whoever's being the super secret chat person, you have
Is
to
this-
type it literally in chat.
Is this a room with only 2 of us in it?
Yes, I would say so. But we are watching it, and so is
Okay.
the world.
All right. Am I going to have to type in verbatim what I would say because my character has better social skills than I do?
So if you type it in, it is exactly what you say.
Right. If I speak out loud, then
It's
Yeah.
not. So we can probably OOC-ly
And
prompt
obviously,
you to
you
say
know,
the right
the-
things.
sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
And obviously, if you do a roll, we ignore that
Yeah.
because the IRC chat does not have a roll function. Well, at least this room doesn't.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So
I suppose the first thing is to actually make sure we are talking to who we think we are.
that's true.
They could
Are
lie.
you guys patched into this then? Or what?
Yes,
So it's just me in there, but you guys can see what's going on.
that's what I've gathered from.
Fair enough. So probably this conversation isn't happening in real time because there's a lot
No.
of clarifying. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right.
We'll just assume. That
Do
you
we have a code? Do we have a code name for this person, or is that the code name that we can give?
So her name on the thing is that. I did not post it.
Presumably, the person who passed us through to this chat room is
Right.
someone that we know and trust. And
Okay, this is annoying.
Why
If
is
I
it
put
not
anything in tags, it assumes that it's an actual tag and doesn't put it into chat. So her username on there is that.
okay, fair enough. All right.
What about if you just use slashes or something? I don't know.
I mean,
Just-
square brackets are the norm, right?
I
Yeah.
just left it outside of tags.
Yeah.
So it's the angle brackets are the norm for IRC, I think.
Okay.
Welcome to live TV, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, I did cut quite a bit out of the YouTube videos.
I'm assuming whoever set up this this IRC room, like people. How to put it? Like there's some sort of trust thing where we know the people well enough that they're not just going to let some randoms in, right?
So basically, this is just like a code word thing.
And we have a code word?
If you know the code word, then you get access to this room, and this is just like a generic way to contact her.
Oh, so this room is hers.
Yes.
Ah. Okay. Well, do we have any code names to refer to ourselves?
Do you?
Well, in the initial message that was sent to us, were we told anything beyond this is her name?
No. Well, you were probably told that she works for the Chinese government.
And she knows what government we work for.
Um,
Because they've
she doesn't-
contacted us.
No,
He said.
MI5 told you to contact her.
Ah, okay.
Ah, okay, fine. So in which case, scratch what I previously wrote, because I wouldn't have written
Okay.
that if I...
Sure.
Okay, fine. MI5 has asked us to contact her, but they haven't said that she's interested in a meeting.
No.
Okay, fine. Can we in that case, before going into the IRC room, can we try to find out what we can about her? Riley.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would be roll. What am I looking at? Security or internet?
Internet.
Internet. Is it 4 FD plus
4 DF,
DF
and I think you have to put a capital F plus your internet.
plus internet? I'm sure I put plus there, not an equals.
You did 4, yeah, 4 DF equals 3.
Apparently.
Yeah.
So first of all,
Try
that's
that again.
2 successes.
No, so what it actually did just then was it rolled 4DF such that it equaled 3.
Yay! Okay. I did it better this time.
And then returned 0. Just to add to the confusion.
Yeah.
Your internet is only 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Security is 5. I can pull my character sheet up on stream if you
You
want
have-
to.
Do you have knowledge organizations or people or anything like that?
I've got military contacts and underworld contacts.
So in that case, you will be able to find plenty of Jews, some of which work for the government, and none of which match anything else in the description.
Brilliant. Can we ask MI5 for more information on her?
Presumably, they've given us all that they know.
Yeah.
What
They-
makes them think that this is a useful person to contact if all they know is her name?
Well, they know that she is involved with. Well, she is a member of one of the Chinese assassin organizations. One of the
Right.
Intelligence
Well,
agencies.
she's basically us, but in China.
Okay. But what
Um,
makes them think that she would be a useful person for us to meet?
They have a contact with her. They have a way to get in contact with her.
Oh, that's
neutrally.
it.
They don't have a way to get in contact with anyone else neutrally.
Okay. Fine. I think I've got it. Alright. Okay, fine, let's do this IRC thing.
Okay.
Okay, so she said yes. I'm just thinking, like, we're about to enter into negotiations with her, and we're not sure exactly what the negotiations are about. Beyond there is a bit of trouble.
Basically, you're just trying to sort out the animosity, and
Okay.
you know that it's to do with trade agreements and rare earths and
Okay.
that kind of thing.
Fine.
Yeah. You just want to get her on your good side, really.
Right.
I'm lost already. I just play Deadpool now.
Nathan, you can see the chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But they still want us to have an in-person discussion. They want us to
Don't
meet
have
in
to.
person, but unspecified reasons.
You don't have to have an in-person discussion.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
Oh. Right, so Kit, you know what you did before?
Yeah.
When you did equals instead?
Yeah.
If you put it to... If you say 4df equals 5, then it rolls over, so it gives you -4 instead.
So just getting this right. China have got issues with MI5.
Yeah.
And so
well,
we're
with
having
Britain.
well, with Britain in general. So we're being in contact with a Chinese contact to arrange trade negotiations.
Pretty much.
Okay, just getting my head around it.
Or at least this is what they've led us to believe, and chances are we're just walking into a trap to the Chinese Conshankers.
Well, they haven't said anything yet.
I'm
MI5
gonna...
have just said, contact this person, try and make us not be in such a horrible position.
Okay.
I would like to use my security to keep security guards up, just in case anything is sent to try and hack us through this chat room.
Okay, well at the moment it is just plain text connection, so...
That's fine. I just want to make sure if that was okay. That
Yeah.
because I started little red flashing lights start happening, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
So,
Well,
roll
for-
security now, and if she tries to attack you, she's going to have to go against this. Nice. This part of the stream may be very quiet.
Yeah, I've got background music. It's very tricksy background music.
Hmm.
Especially for trade agreement chat rooms.
I assume that I have some separate chat facility set up with the others in another window or something. So that I can talk to them. Or maybe it's even an open phone line with voice, just to make things a bit simpler.
I
Oh,
thought
you're
that
right.
was...
Yeah, we're all in the same room apart from I'm like on a video screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm having to resize these things slightly because the Google Hangouts window is smaller.
Mhm.
Okay.
What would be officially be neutral territory for us right now? In the grand scheme of the world.
So, I mean, you could go with the classic Switzerland is always neutral. Although she might disagree because it's still in Europe. You could trek halfway across the country if you wanted, halfway across the planet if you wanted to.
I think it would be a good idea not to be half a planet away from any potential.
Half a planet away.
Um,
Let's go to the moon. The moon is
People
neutral.
here.
I can't drive there, so that's a problem.
Hang on, do we
in
only
your
have-
magical car that takes minus 3 hours?
The new and improved model than that.
Riley, are you? This is out of character, by the way. Are you a helicopter pilot or something?
I am.
So you could get us somewhere
I could,
if you needed to.
if I needed to. I could always charter flights as well. I don't think my helicopter is as magic as his car, though. I was going to say Egypt.
Wait, really? Okay. Is there much going on in Egypt in this world at the moment
News-wise.
that would make
Not
it?
really. It's still not. Like, it's not a particularly safe place in terms of there are human rights violations and that
Yeah,
kind
sure.
of stuff.
In particular, are there active embassies for both of our countries?
There are.
Okay. Are they near each other?
I'm just going to say that there is, a region where there are lots of embassies. So
Okay, so we could meet in a cafe or something near there.
yeah,
Okay, does that sound okay with everyone?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Hmm. As long
Okay.
as there's some, we pick a cafe that has a lot of CCTV.
I'm sure they put CCTV cameras on the top of it.
Okay.
Looking
Cafe denial.
What are the usual sorts of arrangements for this sort of thing? Like, we don't want either side to be turning up with heavy backup, for example.
yeah. So it's normally assumed that if two groups of assassins meet, if two teams meet, they're probably meeting to kill each other. Therefore, there isn't much in the way of precedent for this.
Okay.
It's like that civilization diplomacy screen where it says, "We don't. If you refuse this diplomacy, we will declare war. We don't declare war on us."
Cool.
Yay.
Okay. So, it is currently Thursday,
So 2 days time.
so you're going to meet on a Saturday.
Yay.
So if I start driving now, I could be there on Wednesday.
How will you know her? This is a very good question. So we'll just assume that you set up some kind of a signal,
Fine.
like go to this cafe, order this,
Yep.
and then sit down.
Do we need to roll anything against what she, I assume, just rolled? Or...
Oh no, that was I think to find out what day it was.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
the
fine.
D7.
Okay. All right, fine. So I guess we want to scout out ahead as soon as possible so we can find, things like escape routes, notify the embassy that we're going to be there.
It's pretty easy to get the
Look out.
embassy on side.
Look out for potential traps and make sure that
Yeah.
we're not going to be ambushed. That's Riley's job, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah. So, if you go to the embassy and give them your employee ID numbers, then they will immediately see that you are VIPs, you get all the best treatment and that kind of stuff. So, they don't know what your job is, haven't got the slightest clue, but they do know that you get everything.
Better not to ask questions.
Yes.
Possibly,
Cafe denial, yes.
possibly the actual ambassador would meet with us briefly, or not.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You are way above his station.
Just so that if things do go south, we don't create an international incident with Egypt as well.
Yes.
But does he give us Ferrero Rocher?
I think more likely he'll give you a cup of tea. And possibly some imported fish and chips because he's really been missing home.
Oh.
Okay.
So I'm going to switch you over to this screen now. I know it doesn't look that much like Egypt, but it looks like what Egypt looks like in this world. So
Okay.
deal with it.
The embassy is actually a converted mosque.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, it may well be near quite a few mosques.
All the embassies are converted mosques. They really had a lot to spare. Looks a lot like Turkey, actually. Anyway.
Shh.
Well, I mean, I went on to Open Game Art, and this
They're
was
geographically close. Maybe
Yeah.
we can see Turkey out of the very high up windows.
Maybe.
So,
Okay.
scouting ahead.
You're gonna say, should I check, like, get into the CCTV cameras to make sure?
Yeah.
You
So, I
know,
mean, it's-
security and stuff.
It's probably going to take you, like, you're probably going to actually get there on Thursday if you just leave straight away.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's only like a few hours away by helicopter.
Oh, sorry. On Thursday, for some reason I thought you said on Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would say that we probably should get there ahead.
Yeah.
And, know the
So, comparatively for her, because she's actually crossing time zones, she would probably arrive like Friday morning.
Hmm.
And then, jet lag and stuff. So, what do you want to check out?
well, we'll want to look for, first of all, escape routes and potential ambush points, so that we can steer clear of anywhere where they might try to set us up. And if we sort of find ourselves in trouble anyway, then we can get out fast.
And what I would like to do is set up our own surveillance cameras if we can, as well as hacking into the CCTV in the area.
Okay.
There might not be CCTV in the area.
That's why I want ours as well.
So escape routes. There's basically front and back exit to the cafe.
I'm not just talking about out of the building, I'm talking about onto safe ground.
Yeah.
To the embassy, basically.
It's all, going to quite narrow streets. It's generally fairly busy. If you go to the front, then it's basically there's a plaza and the embassy is across the way.
Basically, it would be good,
Right.
seeing as we've got 2 days, if
Yeah.
we could plan things out in as much detail as possible, so that when the time comes, we're not having to improvise more than we absolutely have to.
So yeah, basically, if you go out the front, opposite this large square, you cross it and you'll get to the embassy. If you go out the back, it's going to take a bit longer. The streets are quite narrow.
Okay, so we'll want someone on lookout to make sure that no one's closing in to block our path from the front.
And that's one of the
We
reasons
could maybe do that with camera if
That's why I
Riley
was
has.
wanting to set up
Yeah.
the surveillance cameras so I can keep an eye on potential people that look a bit shady.
But at the same time, exactly, you want a person behind that to actually do the.
Well, that's what
spotting.
I would be doing. That's what I
Yeah.
do. That is my job.
Fine. And we'll want to plan as carefully as possible in each possible scenario. If we do get blocked off anyway, how are we going to get out round the back?
Yeah.
Do we leave ourselves a weapon cache somewhere, or?
That would be a good idea.
I'm mostly close quarters combat anyway, so so long as I have my nondescript walking pole, like a weapon that I can bludgeon people with, I'm okay. So it's whether or not you want guns or anything.
I tend not to use guns, but it couldn't hurt to have an extra assault rifle or something for me to use it if necessary.
Do you have any ability with guns?
I have an assault rifle skill. It's at like
Okay.
1 or something. That's why I picked that.
Yeah, so in that case, Kip, do you want to roll for security? Okay. That is going to get you. You want to establish surveillance,
Mhm.
and is there anything else?
Weapons cache or 2?
Yeah, weapons. That's you guys' I think.
And actively planning
I'm keeping-
planning things out. Could that get us, potential bonuses for when stuff comes up later? Or,
Setting up aspects on the scene.
Yeah, it's mostly placing aspects.
okay, I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but we'll want to do that.
Presumably, setting up the security cameras is effectively placing an aspect anyway.
Yes.
So it's a case of find a relevant skill.
Oh, can I get to know some of the staff in the cafe and sort of try to suss out how friendly, trustworthy, and so on they seem?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So in that case, Kit, you'll be able to set up some cameras.
Yep.
There are CCTV cameras within the cafe itself, and also a couple on the plaza, but they don't have particularly good view.
Okay.
There's none in the back streets.
So I'm assuming I've got our own cameras in the areas where the CCTV isn't as good.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that in terms of the back streets, you basically plotted a route that is covered by CCTV.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so Robin, do you want to try getting onto people's good sides then?
Yep, so I'm guessing that's going to be mostly empathy.
Yep.
And I've also got my stunt, which says if there's time to get a read on someone, create an advantage for free.
Yes.
So is that there when I want it, or is it? Do advantages
yes.
last beyond a scene?
Yeah, advantages last for one scene. So basically you can use that to boost your empathy check, but you're
Okay.
not necessarily going to be able to use it in the future.
All
in
right.
theory, the empathy check creates an advantage that is more permanent, which
Okay.
is that you're friends.
All right. So, and the advantage gives me, is it +2 to a roll, you said?
+2 or reroll.
Okay.
Once for free, and you've got to pay if you want to use it again.
Uh-huh. So I'm rolling empathy, which is 3, and I get the +2 for free as well? Or I can choose afterwards to add 2 to it. Is that what you're...
You can choose afterwards if you want to add 2 to it.
Okay. So it's that. I will add 2 to that. No, I won't. I'll re-roll.
Yeah, reroll is better.
It could be worse, but it probably
No,
won't.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. So this is for becoming friends with the staff.
Yep.
Trying to gauge their trustworthiness.
Yep. So you're basically striking up a conversation, and probably generic stuff like, oh, what's Egypt like, that kind of thing.
Yeah, tell me a bit about your life story.
Yeah, just things to make them a bit at ease.
Mm-hmm.
And
Probably coming here at least twice a day in the run up to the thing in order to...
yeah.
Sweet talk the waitresses.
Be kind to their
Yes,
camels.
I did not just roll all pluses, so you beat them. Yeah, so they don't see anything weird. They're pretty happy to talk to you, and you end up getting reasonably friendly over the couple of days
Okay.
that you've got. I'm assuming you go back in the morning on the Saturday.
Yeah, sure.
And also just give me a notice check.
Okay. Two.
Okay. Cool.
So I'm assuming that I wasn't able to use the advantage that I created to boost that notice.
No, because that was placed on the staff.
Okay.
And this was not being made to influence the staff.
Okay.
Are there any other preparations?
I'm trying to figure out if I've got anything relevant and short of just parking my SUV around the corner. I don't think there's actually much that would be useful in the lead up.
Is it the SUV or the sports car?
I have replaced my flashy sports car with a nondescript SUV
Okay.
because some people complained last time that my car only had 2 seats.
Good times.
So for what it's worth, I've just remembered that I have Suave, which basically gives me +1 to all social rolls.
Yes.
If they're unaware of my magic. Yeah.
I was assuming that was being taken into account.
I forgot about that, so whatever. That social roll was 1 higher than I thought.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't matter.
The important thing is it doesn't make a difference to the notice check, which is
No. Okay.
important one.
I will probably have done all of this wearing some sort of disguise.
Yep.
Just in case.
Okay, that's fine. Nothing else then?
Not that I can think of. We've set up our recon, our surveillance, right?
Yep.
And we've hidden a weapons cache or two, and we've planned out our escape routes in detail.
Yep.
And is there a way to, via my friendship with the staff, just kind of get to know whether there's any useful things about the cafe that I should know, like where they keep their knives, whether there are any extra access routes, anything else of that general nature?
You could probably tease it out of them by asking without asking.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Effectively. So if you do a persuade check.
Persuade?
Yep.
Okay. And this is +1 because of my...
Yeah.
Right, so... By the way, my friendship aspect that I effectively... Was it an advantage or an aspect? That was used...
The
for...
action is called create an advantage. It places an aspect.
I see. So... Does that... And that aspect gets used once, is it?
You can use it once for free. If you want to use it again, you have to pay a fate point.
Okay. Yeah. So it's there at the moment, and I can
Yes.
use it whenever I want. Okay.
This would succeed, but only just.
Okay.
If you want to pay a fate point, you'll get more information, basically.
Or if I want to invoke the aspect, which I can
That
do
would
for
be
free.
if you pay the fate point. Yeah.
I thought you said the first time you invoke it, it's free.
Yeah, you've already invoked it once for free.
Have I?
Yeah.
When?
Oh, right. Sorry. No. You invoked your advantage for free, and you didn't invoke this aspect yet. Okay, so yes, you can just.
When you say my advantage, do you mean my my
From your stance.
swag? Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
The stance. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, multiple aspects to be keeping track of, one of which is not named. Yes, so you've still got one free invoke on the friendship.
Okay. I'll hold on to that for now, in
Okay.
case I need it. So I'll just stick at 4, I think.
Yep. So, they're like basically upstairs. There's well, if you go upstairs, then it will actually take you out to a series of balconies, which you can use to get onto the roofs of some other buildings. You could probably make a sneakier escape that way.
Okay. I'll relay this information to everyone else.
And I'm assuming that this route is then also going to be covered by CCTV.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tickety-tickety-tick.
Cool. So, meeting?
Yeah.
Seems that way, yeah.
Right. Now, this is not the most appropriate picture, but it's the most appropriate picture I have.
Okay.
This is Shu.
With no heavy backup.
This is the only picture of her that I have,
Right.
but normally, well, in this case, she doesn't have these guys around her.
Okay.
Like, she's got one guy with her,
Right.
who is not carrying an assault rifle.
No.
He may or may not have an assault rifle.
Yep.
So you do your code. Is it all three of you coming?
I would think not.
I'm in my safe house watching from
Yes.
my magical eyes in the sky.
We have earpieces, I assume, something like that. And
I assume that I go with you just so that I can smack dudes if I need to.
well, you could be our secret weapon.
I would say have the other one like sat on a separate table somewhere, like
Yeah.
listening in.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Just nonsense.
Sure. I'm going to switch you back to the other one because I didn't bother to copy the fate points over to this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Unzoom that.
So you make your code.
Yep.
And she approaches you and says, "I presume you're Nick then."
Is she Miss Zhu or just Zhu?
You don't know.
Okay.
So she hasn't given you any information.
But her username was Zhu, so I assume it's her surname, and I'll say Miss Zhu and sort of nod courteously.
Okay. She sits down, and her friend sits down with her. She says, "You said no heavy backup, but I was expecting you to bring someone."
We have our eyes on the place.
Fair enough. Now, what was it you wanted?
My superiors were quite reticent with their information, but they've expressed concern about, let's say, upcoming potential tension between our countries. And of course, this would be in none of our interests. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. But, you know,
Yeah.
like I said in the IRC room, they suggested we meet with you. As someone that our establishment has prior contact with, I suppose.
I can understand why they might be concerned. I'm intrigued as to how they got my contact information, but we'll leave that for another time.
I out of character, I assumed it meant that they'd had prior contact with her. They were using her as a...
It's a very valid assumption to make.
But it's not true. Fine. Okay, well, anyway. That's the situation. I know as much about that as you do.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think... are you able to speak for your country with regards to agreements?
Am I?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Probably should have checked that before saying yes, but...
And I am the same. So, let's sort things out. I would also suggest that we do not stay here, but rather keep moving, in case anyone is eavesdropping on us.
I had my people... Oh, by the way, like this has just occurred to me, but I assume it would be in Riley's job description. Did we check for bugs and things?
We did in character, Lee.
So Riley doesn't actually have anything to check for bugs.
Yeah.
However, someone does.
Yes.
Who's someone? Ah,
I just checked to see if there's people hacking us and
Yeah.
Right.
and hack into things.
So can someone have checked for bugs before we turned up?
So can we have a roll from Hector on alarm systems?
Yep. Let's see if the red dice are any good for me. So that's a 3 plus 0.
Okay. And incidentally, for those watching, so Nathan is currently on his tablet and thus can't actually roll through roll 20, which is rather annoying. So he's just rolling physical dice.
Just so you know.
I promise not to cheat.
I've got a really good roll.
So a 3 is going to find a fairly obviously placed microphone hidden inside a vase, but nothing else.
Can we work out, based on what it's transmitting with, who it might have been put there by? And its make and so on. Can we guess whether it's Chinese, someone else?
It looks Chinese.
Okay.
It seems to be connecting to the same thing. If you're running a scan at the same time as if Riley's running a scan at the same time that Nick is talking to Ju, they'd see that it was trying to connect to the network that she is connected to.
Okay. So when she asks about that, I'll say, my people have done quite a careful scan for bugs. I assume your people have done the same, but if you're that concerned about eavesdroppers, then this place has a room upstairs where we could discuss things with a bit more privacy.
I don't mean bugs, I mean people.
Yeah, which is why I suggested the room a couple of floors up, where there's not going to be any
random dudes.
Okay. Show me the room then.
Okay.
Show me the room.
And on the way up, I'll probably brush past Hector to indicate. I mean, we've got earpieces anyway, but to indicate that he should probably stand guard somewhere subtly
Away from her guard.
Yeah, just, not in the same room, but maybe around the staircase or something, just in case.
Yeah.
So that if something happens, we can react slightly faster.
So officially, you're not actually allowed up here.
Oh, but I'm right. I'll go and have a word with the manager first in that case, and ask if it's possible.
If you want to use your free invoke of the friendship thing, then I'll just automatically give you access.
I'm just thinking, I've got persuade at +4 anyway, and +1 because they're unaware of my magic. So I can choose to invoke it if I need it afterwards, right?
So I mean, the thing is, he's known you for a couple of days.
Yeah.
I think even a really good roll is a bit iffy. Okay. So that's why I'm saying you're effectively paying a fate point, except you're doing it with a free invoke instead.
This is basically the situation that we put the aspect on.
Just out of curiosity.
Well, you've used up a +1 now, haven't you?
The +1 was from my suave, which I
mean on the roll, because that's how probability and dice work.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Right. Is he looking unsure when I roll my 6, so to speak?
I'm like, what I said was you can roll, but the roll doesn't count for anything.
It doesn't count for anything. Okay.
No.
Fine. I will.
If you want to get access to the room, then
I will invoke my advantage, or whatever the language is. Get us access to the room, and we'll have Hector. I assume we discussed this in advance. If we go to the secret meeting place, then you stand guard somewhere unobtrusive by the stairs or something.
Yeah.
And if it looks like there's trouble, then okay.
Just
Fine.
leave the door slightly open.
Okay. Yep. So the upstairs room also has access to the balconies, which we've planned ahead for, and you've got eyes on.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, yeah. So I'll lead her up once I've had the conversation with the manager.
Okay. So there's now just the three of you there. From what the manager said, nobody else is going to be coming in here for a few hours.
Okay.
So you're basically good. Um,
I'm assuming Hector could get here in a few seconds if he needed to.
if it started a combat, like, around.
Yeah. Okay. So, and we'll sit down.
So, from what I understand, the issue is that Great Britain are not happy with China controlling the majority of rare earths on the planet. And they wish to secure a long-term trade agreement.
Okay. Have I heard anything about this at all beyond what she's just said?
You've
No.
heard bits about it.
Presumably we follow the news.
Yeah,
Anything that's public knowledge.
yeah.
And
You know that in general, the UK is unhappy with the concept of China controlling pretty much all of the world's rare earths. You didn't know that they were trying to do something about it, but you could have inferred that from what ML5 told you.
Right. Okay.
So this shouldn't come as a surprise to you.
But what's our bargaining chip here? This is being asked out of character. They have the rare earths, we don't. They also have a much bigger military than we do. And I mean, no one wants to go to war over this anyway.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous to go to war over this.
Well, that's the thing. Unless you can think of something, you're just going to have to see if...
Well, for example,
Sure.
things like human rights violations and so on, can that be used at all as a bargaining chip to encourage other nations to join in sanctions, for example, rather than it just being us?
It's something you could do, but it would definitely be a very aggressive act.
Okay. I mean,
also-
international politics is not my personal strength. My character really.
Same here.
Also, Harry says to say hi. So
Hi.
he's watching.
Hi.
So yeah. Yeah, you could do it. It would be a very aggressive act, and
I mean, it seems very strange to me that they would send assassins rather than diplomats to discuss this stuff, right?
they have their reasons.
Yeah, they probably want us to kill her at some point. And cause
No,
an
but why
international...
her? She doesn't seem to be a particularly... Anyway.
Yeah, but I fudged most of my rolls, so...
I mean, they're
And not in the
giving
good
us-
way.
You know, okay.
Yeah, you fudged them by putting equals instead of plus.
Yeah, this thing kind of happens.
So I'll say something to the effect of, we both know that each of our countries has some issues with the other. Now does not seem the time or place to go into justification behind some of those claims. Why now? What?
Roll for sweet
Um,
talking.
Because the rare earth situation is hardly new, right? That's been...
No, but bear in mind that this is a question you should be asking MI5, not her.
Well, yes, I assume that we tried, and that was right. Did you fail some rolls, or?
Well, we all we did was research who she was. We
The
didn't
fir-
get much
So
out of it.
the first thing we tried to do was to say to MI5 what, why, how, and they seemed to blank us. So I just assumed that they were
All
refusing to give it.
all we got told was you have all the information in your package.
Yeah, basically.
Package?
The
It
documents.
was an empty envelope.
The documents which just said meet this person.
Yes.
But they're being intentionally difficult with us.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is
MI5.
this is a case of, if I were to give you all the information that MI5 would give you in real life, it would be far too easy and it would just be boring.
Okay.
So
So for the sake of argument, and I'm probably going to need to use some diplomacy-related roles here, let's spell the situation out so that we know that we're on the same page.
okay.
So, what roles do I need to make in order to A, be successful in getting her to tell stuff, and B, not suspect too much about just how ignorant I am about this situation? That is pretty unusual. That they would send someone in with no information.
So it's deceit to find out what she's. Well, in order to convince her that you know what you're talking about, and
Okay.
it's persuade to get information out of her.
Okay. By the way, during this period, am I able to get a read on her and/or her bodyguard?
Her bodyguard, yes. Roll notice to try and see if you can get one on her.
Okay. Is that a no?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So, all right. Well,
I mean, technically, I should roll for her.
that's
see
fine.
what she
No,
does.
I got it. So I'm rolling deceit and persuade, and both of those get an extra +1 because I'm suave.
No, they don't.
Oh, they don't. She
Come on.
knows I'm a water mage.
Of course she does. She's done her homework.
She's
I
probably
mean,
one
presumably that's not in any of the files that MI5 would.
No, but you see,
The Chinese government have clearly been spying on us.
the Chinese have more information and approach the problem in different ways. She
Right.
doesn't know everything about you, but she would have been able to find out that you're a water mage.
Okay. Fine.
In fact, she doesn't know that much about you, but finding out that you're a water mage is relatively easy. Because occasionally you spurt water out of your hands.
I mean, I make a point of
Of
not
being
doing
Yeah, I know.
of not doing any of the extremely unsubtle stuff.
Yes, I know.
So that's for deceit.
Okay.
And that's to persuade.
Okay, in that case, she doesn't seem to realize that you're that's the point.
Completely ignorant about the situation.
Yes. However, what exactly were you trying to persuade her for again?
Well, so first of all, to get me up to speed on what the actual situation is that's triggering this crisis, because nothing that I've been told is in any way new, right? That's all been going on for decades.
Yeah.
So essentially, why now? What's actually happening? And as a secondary goal, I guess, what either China's or her personal stance is on the issue, and sort of
Possibly even
what likely responses / actions there are from her country and from her person.
Okay, so she, in that case, gaming it slightly, will choose to fail the roll to resist the persuade, but not to give you the secondary benefit, because she's
Okay.
rolling against that, but she's not rolling against the first one.
Okay.
Um,
So she still has to roll against the secondary thing, right?
yes, and she got a 5.
Okay.
Um,
But she'll at least tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so for the primary one, basically, there's been a large-scale effort across many countries, not just Britain, to try and shut down, disable, or take over certain rare earth mines.
In China?
Yes.
Right, okay.
And additionally, the US recently started creating officially the stance is that they found a source of rare earths. Actually, what they've been
I'm
doing...
sorry, I completely cut out there for about 10 seconds, so anything after additionally I missed.
Okay, so the US officially have a rare earth mine. In actual fact, there is no such mine. They have actually stolen some technology from China, which, basically, China use it to refine the rare earths that they've already got, and with quite a bit of reverse engineering and a lot of effort, they've managed to use it to get rare earths from other things.
From low quality ores, basically.
Yeah,
Or seawater.
pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
There may or may not have also been a large-scale raid, and a lot of metals went missing from that.
That sounds like it could easily have triggered, like, outright war, to be honest. That sounds very uncharacteristically risky, but fine. I mean, if it's what she's telling us.
US.
Well, this is the thing. These kinds of
Oh, no.
raids happen all the time. This was just a bit bigger than usual.
So you
it's
cut
only
out
when-
again. I'm going to try to...
So raids like this, on a relatively small scale, happen all the time. It's just that you don't really
Not
hear about.
officially US backed.
Yeah,
maybe.
officially they're just random people that had nothing to do with anyone.
Yeah.
Or terrorist organizations,
Okay.
amongst
Yeah,
other
that makes
people.
sense.
It is also officially a thing in my games in this setting that the Bermuda Triangle is actually run by pirates. Nothing
I'm all for
happens if you
that.
go in there except the pirates attack you.
Do they have rum? I like rum.
They do have rum.
Rotted
So-
Bermuda Triangle, boys.
They'll probably kill you before you get the rum.
So I'm pretty sure that it's my processor usage jumping up above what it can handle that's causing me to cut out. So I'm going to try to reconnect and see if that helps anything.
Feel free
Okay.
to turn the camera off if that helps.
I
At all.
don't think it's my camera that's... Oh, I mean, it might be. I can try that, actually. Hang on. How do I actually do that? Is there a little...
There should be a button that looks like a camera.
This
and
might
if you press it,
This
it
might be a
opens
good point for like a 5-minute break or a 5 to 10 minute break for people to
Yeah.
do stuff. I don't know.
That is not the thing that you wanted, Robin.
That is not.
No.
At the top of the screen, there's a person, a microphone, a camera, a Wi-Fi
yeah.
signal.
Okay. Alright. And now I need to go back to that, presumably. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's significantly better. Okay.
Okay, are we still live?
Before we
Yeah,
take
we're
a break,
still-
should we just find out what
Right.
who wants us to do?
Yes, we'll find out what she wants us to do, and then we'll take a 10-minute break for people to bathroom, coffee, whatever.
Yep. Sounds good. So she says that if you want to secure a trade agreement, first off, you've got to make sure that the attacks stop.
Yep.
And secondly, she wants you and is willing to help, and is willing to come with you and help with this. She wants you to go to South America because there is a group of assassins there that are not authorized by any government, who basically they claim that they are Aztec warriors of old, and she wants them wiped out effectively.
Okay. We'll obviously want to discuss the other terms of the trade agreement, and I assume we'll go for some kind of half-hour recess in world as well, so
Yep.
that we can go and communicate with our superiors and so on.
Cool. So both in character and out of character, let's take
I'm-
a short break.
Okay.
Awesome.
Marked for Death is a Fate module about assassins. It's designed to help you make engaging and challenging stories where your group work together to overcome adversity. It's all about the team. PC death is always lurking around the corner, but despite the change in difficulty, it's still got the same easy-to-use rule set as Fate Core. Welcome to Marked for Death.
Hi, my name is Sanchit Sharma and I'm the creator of Marked for Death. When the latest version of Fate Core came out, I was inspired. I played it extensively. I decided to create something where the players would need to cooperate in order to achieve their goals, where no one character could ever hope to achieve everything they needed to without the help of their teammates. So I playtested, I edited, looked for comments from other people, I playtested some more. About 2 years later, we'd reached the current state of Marked for Death. We're ready to go to Kickstarter. So how is it different? Well, to start off with, the skill list is a lot longer, about 3 times as long as in Fate Core. It's also a lot more difficult to get skills. You'll start off with maybe 7 or 8 skills in Marked for Death, whereas in Fate Core you'll start off with 10. In some other versions of Fate where the skill list is a bit longer than normal, you might even start off with as many as 15. You've really got to pick your battles in order to succeed. Secondly, I've created an entirely new magic system. It allows for both active and passive magic, whilst remaining about as simple as those presented in the Fate System toolkit. Finally, I've developed a GM tool that makes it easier for the world to react to the PCs. It's called reaction points. Put simply, it means the more attention the PCs draw to themselves, the more likely it is for the world to react. However, it's discreet and easy to use, so it still keeps things simple for the GM. So what about rewards? Well, you can get a physical copy, a digital one, or both. If you add another few dollars to your pledge, you'll be able to get a 5-session campaign as well. This game has come a long way since I first started. In fact, the first session that I ever ran of this was just an excuse to get a friend to come in and shoot my players with Nerf guns. Now, it's developed into a fully fledged game that's ready for people to play. In fact, other people have played it and absolutely love it. I'm running a few sessions over Roll20 over the course of the campaign so that you can all see what it's like. Now that we've come this far, I hope you'll see that this is a great game and you really want to play it. That's all for now. Be sure to check out the rest of the page as well as the website. I hope you enjoy Marked for Death.
Okay, I'm going to be heading back over in a second. Hello. Helps if I mute that as well.
Well, I'm ready when you are.
Yep, I've got us up if you want to go. Like I said.
Oh. Right, in that case, I will start by muting and pausing the stream, because otherwise it's going to be horrific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what are you doing?
Maybe Robin's not back yet, I don't know.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
Well, I guess we can just sort of send it up the chain to try and get someone else to deal with the whole stopping the raids on Chinese mine. And we look at South America, go whale on some Aztecs, or wannabe Aztecs.
So what were the 2 objectives she wanted from us again?
Stop the attacks, which we obviously don't have the authority to do, and then help out in South America with these guys.
Okay.
By help out, she means you're going to be doing most of the work.
Oh, right.
She'll be there in case everything falls to pieces.
She probably will.
It sounds like a trap to me.
Let's just go home and forget about it.
So she keys you into her communicator. So if you want to now, at any point you can contact her via your earpieces.
Okay, before we depart for our discussions with our higher-ups, can I ask in a less accusatory tone why we should believe that it's not a trap?
You can just roll deceit quickly.
This is... The deceit is for what?
To see how well you're disguising your accusatory.
Okay. Fine.
Okay, she does not see through that.
And now to actually get the answer?
Yeah, so basically, if she was going to be sending you into a trap, well, her words are basically, if I was going to send you into a trap, I'd probably think up something a little bit more clever than go kill these guys.
But that just sounds like it's a double bluff.
Yeah, aside from that, what it basically comes down to is unless, well, like, if you guys go in there and are killed and people can show that it was China, then China are pretty much screwed, because all of the assassins across the world will start banding together.
Well, yes, but how is anyone supposed to show that it was China, right? I mean, officially, this meeting never happened.
Well, it might have something to do with the fact that you've got a hacker who is never there in person.
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I've gone home. I'm not part of this anymore. Just kidding.
But then again, the evidence might still not be admissible in any kind of.
It only needs to be admissible to other assassins.
The occasional Photoshop here.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll confer with our team back home, I guess.
Yep. So they basically say, we can try. We can't promise that it will be agreed on by everyone, and it will take a few days.
That's a point. Seeing as the US were the main people carrying out these raids, why are they not sending in negotiators?
Because the UK did it first.
Right. Okay. But we can't negotiate on their behalf, right?
No,
So
but you can negotiate on the UK's behalf, and the UK are trying to secure the agreement.
Right, but wasn't she just saying she wants us to stop the US attacks?
They are coordinated attacks from many countries, not just the US.
Oh. So she wants us to stop the UK's part in them? Or she wants us to stop them, because...
Stop them.
Right, so we're gonna...
Whatever that involves you doing to get on the good side of the other countries.
So, right, so at this point, we need to mention this to our higher-ups now.
Yep.
And say, what do they suggest vis-a-vis getting in touch with the other countries, and what
well, basically they say that,
if we can make it a multilateral treaty.
Yeah. So they will attempt to contact people and get them to agree. It may or may not be successful. It will definitely take at least a few days.
Yeah, sure.
And basically see what happens from there.
Okay.
It may involve you talking to the others, to assassins from other countries as well. You don't know yet.
Well, we can do that if we have to. All right. So back at the table then. I'll get the gist across that obviously we cannot speak directly for another country's decisions, but that meetings can be arranged, and in principle we are open to helping out with the South American situation. Can I try to figure out why she cares so much about this particular group in South America?
Give me a persuade.
I mean, is it worth rolling deceit as well?
Well, you're just doing the same try and work out, like, ask without asking type thing.
Yeah. So just persuade?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not great.
Can I... let me think about this. I'm guessing that invoking an aspect wouldn't help me out much here, because it's only going to add 2.
Yes, if you tie, you can either succeed at minor cost, or you can have, or you can just fail. But get a boost, which is a +2 to your next action against her.
Okay.
Although boosts never last more than a scene.
Yeah. I'll give up on that, I think. I want to hold on to my fate points for now.
Okay. So, are we off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz?
Wouldn't it be the one?
Oh, could I try to use the advantage that I created on her guard to get him to unwittingly spill whatever he knows about it before she has a chance to shut him up?
You can give it a shot.
Okay. So how do I go about invoking that?
You get the invoke for free, so
That's a +2, is it? Or
+2 or reroll.
okay. And does he know I'm a water mage?
No.
Okay. So is this
Probably also hasn't been mentioned over the course of the conversation.
Yeah, sure. Is this deceit or persuade?
It's a good question. Do it with do it as persuade, but give yourself a +1.
Okay. And then another +1 from Suave.
Yep.
And then if I need it, a +2 to invoke the advantage.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what?
Oh wow.
Oh,
that
okay.
was her defense to try and stop you from saying anything in time.
Okay.
Stop the bodyguard from saying anything. Although, yeah, she should actually have taken a penalty to that, so it would be 6, not...
Oh, it's 6.
yeah.
In which case I can invoke my advantage and beat it.
Yes.
All right, I'll do that.
So he basically says, well, all assassins are controlled by governments. Anyone that's not is dangerous. She's like, shut up, idiot. Although, obviously in Chinese and very angrily.
Yeah, I'll be able to figure out the gist.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, I just was curious whether there are any more sinister motives behind it, but if it's just that, then that sounds okay.
Well, that's all he's aware of, at least.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so I think we've made our position clear. You know, we can't directly tell the US what to do, but meetings can be arranged. And,
yeah.
Okay. So,
although she is still expecting an overall success if she's going to help.
Yep.
Out of character, I'm just sat here going, I have no idea what is going on. Politics and I are not friends.
Same with me, but like, it's a game.
Exactly. This is what games are for. They're for doing what you can't do in real life. For some people, that's smashing trolls, and for some people, that's being politically astute. Okay.
So,
yeah.
In that case, it's probably a good time to fly to South America.
Very good.
Zoom.
With a car.
With a car. And a helicopter.
What, aside from motives, what can I get them to tell us about these guys that will help us to defeat them?
So they're going to be less well equipped than most assassins. They claim that they've been given power by the Aztec gods because they are ancient warriors, and they may have access to things that we have not come across, potentially, based on the fact that anyone who's tried to attack them before has had a lot of problems.
Alright.
But she's confident that we won't.
No. However, she thinks that one of two things is going to happen here. Either you guys are going to get yourselves killed, in which case, well, less problem for her to deal with, or you're going to wipe them out, in which case, also one less problem for her to deal with. So she's pretty happy to send you to your deaths if that's
what I'm wondering is if she's saying she'll help out if necessary.
She's basically saying that if you're fleeing and under fire, her guys will step in and give you some covering fire to help you get free.
That they're not going to make sure that
they won't engage, but they will protect you if you're trying to get away.
I feel like I should do some research on this Aztecian peoples.
Yes.
Just so we know what we're getting ourselves into.
That sounds like a very good idea.
So I'm thinking internet, plus also possibly my underworld and military contacts.
Underworld will help, military won't.
Okay.
Where in South America are they?
You tell me.
Well, I'm wondering, for example, is it a military dictatorship?
Have a look.
It looks a bit foresty to me. Am I going to have no tech here?
I mean,
We'll have some. Your connection's not going to be great, but you will be able to get a connection.
Places have plants, right? You don't have to be in the middle of a rainforest to have local plants.
No. Having said that, this could actually be Peru, because that's quite mountainous.
Okay.
All right. Do I add my internet and my underworld contacts together?
No.
Okay. What do I do?
You can use your underworld contacts to create an advantage, basically, which would then be someone else is helping you out. And if you're successful, then you get a free invoke of that, which will allow you to add +2 to the internet check.
Okay, so I do that one first then.
I just noticed you're apparently sitting in a box floating in the sky.
Yay! You're up. One of you is up a hill.
Those are not your actual positions.
They clearly are.
That's like the worst roll ever.
Yeah, that's
It's
not
definitely not the worst roll ever. Don't tempt fate.
And now should I do internet?
Yes. Wow.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
I suck today. Riley can't use Google.
You find out the name of the group. They call themselves a name which I will probably butcher, so I'm going to put it in chat.
And we can butcher it instead.
You have lots of Q's and X's. Okay. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
Yeah, the exactlies.
Those
Exactly what you think.
it's a plea.
I see. I don't know. TZ in vampire is like je.
The translation is obsidian or knife.
Okay. Yay.
Yes, I actually use Google for this.
What do we know about the people who've run up against them before, and what happened?
Little.
Given my poor googling
it's-
skills.
What does Zhu know about the people who've run up against them before?
So there've been 1 or 2 bodies recovered out of maybe 20 or so assassins that were sent.
Oh, they've gone in one at a time. They've not gone in groups.
No, they've gone in groups, but there's been a team of 4, and they only found like an arm or something.
Oh shit! Right. Okay.
So there's been 1 whole body recovered and bits of others.
Hmm.
The whole body had burns as though someone was using fire magic,
Right.
but he was a fire mage and had fireproof,
Ah.
so clearly something was going on there.
A better fire mage.
So yeah, fireproof is just fireproof. Nothing gets past it.
Oh.
If you're fireproof, nobody can damage you with fire.
Unless someone makes you damage yourself.
Nope. You can't even hurt yourself with your own fire.
And no one's concerned about this.
People are very concerned about this.
This is probably why we're going in to deal with the problem.
Yes.
But they were saying just a minute ago that these guys are worse equipped than your average team of assassins.
Yes.
But
Well,
they have fire that can do
have
damage that
weapons and
shouldn't be doable.
stuff.
They're basically saying that they should be worse equipped because they do not have cash. Like, you're probably going to be going up against mages, not people with submachine guns.
Right. That these mages may have access to arcane magic that no one else can use.
Yes.
Oh,
And
well,
by the
that's
sounds
fine.
of it, they do.
That's fine then.
Yeah, there was like a bloody arm that looked like it had been ripped to shreds. The rest of the body had been ripped to shreds.
Okay, so
General gory stuff.
like our people at MI5, how keen are they for us to come to this agreement, and are they willing to send us any support?
They're pretty keen, and I'm going to say that they will send you enough support that I will make the encounter slightly easier.
Great.
I'm not actually going to generate another assassin to come along with you, or multiple assassins, because
Right.
it's just far too much effort.
So
Okay.
I am assuming we land on what appears to be a remote island, and I'm like, where the fuck is my safe house?
Yeah.
I kind of assumed that you had a portable safe house with you where you could pretty much set up a tent in an obscure part of any forest and have all your satellite connections and whatever.
That's kind of
That's
what
a-
I was thinking in the fashion.
Maybe
but
more than a tent.
Usually I'm used to a room with a bed.
Yeah, I assumed that you just had at least one safe house on each continent other than
Yeah.
Antarctica.
But this looks remote.
Yeah,
Well, you don't necessarily have to be there.
Depends on the internet connection.
Oh,
I'm assuming we have radios as well.
have like satellite connections.
sorry Nathan, what did you say?
I'm assuming we're sufficiently well funded to have high-tech satellite internet feed.
Yes. The only issue with the satellite connections is that obviously the latency is a lot higher. You've got
You've got
much more
radio.
lag.
You've got
Yep.
radio as well.
You can use radio. Radio has very low bandwidth.
Special radio. I don't know.
I think this might be him invoking me having to be in a social situation.
Well, if it's low bandwidth, that just means we can't have more than one person talking at once, right?
No. Because there's a camera on one end and a camera on the other end, and one microphone either end as well.
Ah.
What it means is that Riley's going to be suffering in terms of connection quality. Well, I mean, okay, so if you try and use just your standard connection, like the broadband, assuming that she's set up in some reasonably good city, then she'll be able to connect quickly enough, but the bandwidth is going to be low, and so she'll have difficulty seeing things.
Okay.
Things might drop
So,
out.
for
that sort of
example, we could give her a video feed with some latency and an audio feed.
Yeah,
as well.
if you use the satellite feed, then effectively she's acting. Any action she puts through happens around later than she does it.
Okay. Is there any chance of using my social wiles to get MI5 to get us some better radios or better equipment that can overcome some of the bandwidth issues?
This is assuming that you've got pretty much the best equipment that they can get you.
Okay. Well,
At the moment, they have not perfected communication via neutrinos, so
right.
See, from an out-of-character point of view, I'm looking at this picture and going, these people think they're like ancient Aztecs. There's not going to be much in the way of surveillance for me to hack into.
You can release drones.
potentially a thing. Drones are always fun, especially when they get shot down by arrows. from
And
things
people
you don't
know that we're
know.
there.
Put drones reasonably far away and give them high quality cameras.
Uh,
I am believing this is
Around
the
in a
GM
chopper.
wanting me not to be hiding in a room somewhere.
No, you can totally do it.
You can hide in a cave.
The chopper is valid.
The chopper
a
is
cave is
valid.
valid.
So I would be assuming I'd set up camp near the chopper just in case I needed to use the chopper in some fashion.
Yeah. So the thing is, the issue is the bandwidth out here, not the distance between the things. Like, if you're using a satellite connection, regardless, you're going to have to bounce it up into the atmosphere and back out down. So you are always going to have that latency issue. Out here, they've got barely any cable. You're always going to have a bandwidth issue.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you could overcome that and have no problems in this would be literally to be there in person.
That's what I was thinking.
And it's something you can do if you want to, or you can stick with one of the issues. It's entirely up to you.
Depends on what the rest of the team want. If they want, like, good communications.
I mean, communication with who?
Each
If you're
other.
with us, if you're physically with us.
I'm just trying to think what she could do. You two are like the all singing, all dancing.
I mean, so pretty much by the way that you've defined your role, you have to be somewhere.
Nearby.
Well, you have to be somewhere safe, right? Because you don't have any form of direct defense.
Well, I do. I have a pistol.
A pistol, okay.
And military contacts. Call in an airstrike!
And Ju's like, what? You're seeing a pistol and being like, You
Yeah.
think people can't defend themselves with pistols?
Will your military contacts get us support on the ground?
Was what?
Will the
Will your military contacts get us support on the ground?
I can roll for that if people want.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they'll get you a bit, not much.
So
fact,
one person to act as a bodyguard while you stare at your screen trying to work out what the drones are telling you.
More like 2 or 3, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not very
That
many.
sounds like a good idea. We can have some drones. We can have several boxes of drones just in case the first lot gets shot down.
All the drones.
All the drones!
The drones can be quite small these days, right?
Yeah.
You could fit quite a few in a box. They're not that heavy.
You can get drones that literally just fit into your fist.
That's what I was thinking.
They're going to have terrible cameras, but you can get them. And arguably, the quality of the camera is not a massive issue if you're using the standard internet connection. It's only an issue if you're using the satellite connection.
You want to be able to see.
Well, yeah, but if you're using the normal internet connection, then you might not have the bandwidth.
I would have thought, at the very least, some infrared, so that we can look out for ambush points and things.
Yeah, you can get ones with infrared cameras.
Like reasonably powerful infrared, so that we can spot things from a distance rather than having to be right next to them.
So you can get ones which are going to have, like webcam quality infrared cameras, and they'll be tiny. If you want high quality, long distance stuff, that basically the more you put on, the bigger the drone gets.
I would have thought we'll want a couple of good ones and then lots of small ones as backup in case the good ones fail.
If that's what you want.
Ooh, can we do something like... What's that thing where they have a I think it's used in telescopy, where they have multiple, like an array of detectors, basically. And by having an array, they're able to get more information than each one would individually. a sort of parallel detecting thing. I can't remember what it's called, but I've definitely read about this. This is an actual thing. Sanjit, do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
This sounds vaguely familiar.
Isn't that what they do with like radio telescopes, where they have, rather than building one giant one, they might build like 5 small ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's what they also do with seismic sensing.
So if we have a fleet of smaller drones, can we combine their information? If they're beaming it back to a device that Riley's carrying, can it do some real-time processing to turn that into a better signal?
It's almost starting to sound like things that we should have spent points on beforehand.
Yeah.
Can we pool our points that we have spare?
I think realistically, that kind of technology isn't something you can just get. So you would need to actually spend
Requisition.
budget on it, which means that it would take, months.
Oh, we can't. I mean, so we can't borrow or buy it rather than building it.
You potentially can borrow or buy it, but you would have to find the right person to buy it from.
Surely MI5 of all people know where to get stuff like that.
Yeah, but finding really complex technology like that is not an easy task. They probably have people, they probably have an entire department.
I was hoping it'd be open source. It's the sort of thing.
I think realistically they have an entire department set aside just to getting equipment for their assassins, who work full time and still take 3-ish months to get anything particularly powerful.
Distributed temperature sensing has its
Yes,
own.
but that's temperature. That's not pooling. What's it called? Electromagnetic waves.
Okay.
Just to let you guys know that Viper Commander is hosting us right now on Twitch.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you, Viper, darling.
So yeah. Basically, what it comes down to is, I think, Kit, you've got to make the final decision what you want. Like, we can discuss all we want, but Riley's the one that makes the decision.
Yeah.
So it's down to you what you think.
I have no idea. This is like, I feel like I'm exhausting my real world knowledge. I was just like, I'll sit in a room and I'll hack cameras and I'll make sure you guys get out safe. That was my entire thing, because I don't know the system that well, so I tend to take.
And then you ended up in the middle of nowhere.
So you can be in a chopper, but they might be able to take you out.
Yeah.
You can be in a cave within, I'm guessing, a mile or 2.
Yeah.
And then I guess you'll be able to. You could have a radio connection and a satellite connection, and that way you'll have audio in real time. But anything else would be by uplink, which would be slower. That might be the best compromise.
I was thinking, the satellite and radio and the drones, if we can get them. And then it'll be within a couple of miles of where we need to be, just in case anything else.
You can get drones, that's not an issue. Like, you can buy a drone nowadays for 30 quid.
Yeah. It's not going to be the best thing for scouting for us, but...
Yeah, but I mean, this is nothing compared to the budget that you've got. You've got, I'd say at least $1 billion each, spent on you.
Just out of interest, these guys, are they based in a place? Do they just wander around? Are there loads of them? Is it just a couple of dudes?
There's an area that they think these guys are present in, and they believe that there are at least 10.
Okay. But we don't know of any base that they have, any headquarters.
No, you'll have to actually scout it out.
And when you say there's an area, are we talking like county-sized?
We're
Town?
talking a few square kilometers after a lot of work narrowing it down.
Okay. Are we able to set up some kind of perimeter? So when you say we've each had $1 billion spent on us, what is to stop us just bombing the entire area? Like carpet bombing the entire region of operation?
Potentially, if they're all fire mages with fireproof, then
Bombing won't work.
It will take out their stuff though. And
they
then
don't have stuff. That's the whole point. They don't have.
Oh, they
stuff.
are literally just mages with no assets at all.
Pretty
That's
much.
what people think.
Yeah, we didn't get concise information because I screwed my rolls.
Bear in mind, they're not sponsored by any government. They have pretty much no money to speak of.
But they can raid whoever they want.
Yeah,
Yeah, they probably collected stuff more than those they killed. But
that's not to say that they've got a lot of equipment.
Right, okay.
and just because they stole them stuff doesn't mean that they have the training to actually use it.
Or that it's suited to them. I mean, like, when you made your characters, you chose exactly what you wanted. And effectively, they're not getting that option, they're just getting what's given to them.
Which is the power of the gods. Okay.
That too.
Because we never know, somebody might be slipping them something under the table. We just don't
It's
know who.
entirely possible.
Hey, it's going to be the Chinese government.
Can we... Given that anyone trying to send information in or out is going to have the same issues that we have, can we, when we're approaching this area, be on the lookout for things like radio transmissions, and try to get some info on what protocols are being used to encrypt them? Anything that might give us an idea of A, whether the Chinese are feeding them anything, and B, whether they have any other contacts with the outside world.
Yeah, I think that's quite valid to do.
Yeah, I can do that.
Do you have a relevant skill?
Riley?
I have security or internet or underworld contacts.
I'd have thought that security would be partially relevant.
I think
if-
of
if
the
we're
three,
trying to-
security would be the most relevant, but I don't think it's actually relevant.
There's
Do you
Hector.
have... what about the two hardware skills? Do you have
I got
specialized hardware?
Specialized hardware.
Yeah, I think that's more relevant.
Okay.
Nice.
A good roll.
Well, that's our luck used up for the session.
Well, that's what fate points are for.
Okay. So,
So you can see there's almost like a dark spot in the communications around here. It's like you've got a spider web of connections, and then just in this area it cuts out.
I would say that's where someone who believes they're an Aztecian culture would be.
Yeah,
but in particular, the Chinese don't seem to be feeding them anything.
Or the Americans.
Or
Not as
anyone.
far as
Yeah, do we
tell.
see... No. So as far as we're concerned, our intel of them just being fire mages with ideas above their station is true?
I mean, we don't have any knowledge about mystical things, do we? Like the true origin of fire magic.
you've got... Well, normally you have a fire mage on your team. You've also got 2 water mages on your team.
Right, but just because someone can invoke the power of fire or water doesn't mean they know how that works. And in particular, it doesn't mean that they know whether someone else might be able to do considerably more with it than we know about.
That's true. I think it's valid to roll your magic skills to see how much you know.
It also seems like the sort of thing that MI5 would want to do research into if they had anyone, if they had access to anyone who had that sort of knowledge.
Yeah. So just do the highest, and this will be, generally MI5, how much they know about this, and they'll give you all the information they have.
Okay.
So what's the highest?
What am I actually? What sort of category am I rolling under here?
So you're rolling water magic,
Yeah.
and if you have a relevant stunt, it is in the knowledge set.
Okay.
Nathan, what's your water magic?
My water magic is 4.
I heard the 4, and then there was some loud background noise.
There was a lot of background noise there.
Yeah, I'm at +4, and I got +2 on my roll, so 6.
Okay.
Okay. If I want to invoke an aspect, I can do that after I've rolled, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think I might just leave that as it is.
Yeah. In both cases, more fate points equals more information. They are quite high. So,
I mean, would I realistically be able to get more information if I threw a fate point in there?
yes,
Okay.
but not much more. Like,
Not much
it is
more.
basically the maximum amount of information you'd be able to get.
Okay. I'll leave it at 7.
So, people people think that there may have been other types of magic long ago. And there probably are still people in the general population that are aligned to that magic. They just don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not trained in it, so they can't do anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of your own individual alignments, there is potentially a little bit more to be found with water magic. There are some stories going round that there are people who can do a bit more, but fire magic seems to be what's there is all that exists. In particular, there's little to no information and a lot of speculation about why, of the base 4 elements, only 2 of them are actually alignments.
Mm-hmm.
So people think that actually air and earth are types of magic that people just haven't come across.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to AFK a moment.
Okay. So, what do you want to do then?
I feel like we're probably going into a suicide mission here, and I'm wondering if there are any alternatives.
To be honest, knowing Sanchit, no.
There are always alternatives. They just might not be good ones.
Well, I'm all ears.
I'm happy just going in and smacking stuff and seeing what happens. That's what I do. So
Yeah, so carpet bombing is entirely valid. You will have most of the South American authorities after you.
Can we maybe talk with... You said it was Peru, right?
Yeah.
Can we maybe talk with Peru about the fact that they are effectively playing host to a renegade team of apparently quite deadly assassins?
Their response is always going to be, sure, but you're not bombing them. Like,
Why aren't
you're still
you?
bombing part of their country, which they're not happy with.
I'm back. And Tribal Line has given us a host as well.
Yes, I saw. With a whole viewer, which is awesome.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
I'm all for
fantastic.
extra viewers.
Yes. Whoever is watching via Tribal Lines channel, you should totally go and look at Kickstarter and give me money.
So yeah, why isn't Peru doing anything about this? And
They're all for doing something about it. They're just not okay with bombing the place.
okay, what are they okay with?
Sending people in.
Can they send some people in, seeing as it's their country currently?
Peru are quite small. They don't have, well, not small, but they're not that rich. They don't really have the resources that, say, the UK do.
Well, we have lots of bombs.
I think we've come to the conclusion we're not allowed to bomb.
Oh no, you are allowed to bomb.
Oh, we are allowed to bomb.
You'll
Okay.
just have most of the South American authorities after you, which I think is a very valid.
reason
response.
not to bomb.
Yeah, if China has such an issue with these people, why haven't they done something about it already?
Didn't you say that they had? They have been sending people in and it's just not been
And they've all
successful.
It wasn't just China that sent people in, but yes, various countries have sent people in, including China.
So now it's our turn.
Yep.
We are the Suicide Squad.
7th or 8th time lucky.
Yeah.
Their character's lucky.
So Hector, all for just jumping in there. How has your character survived up until this point?
Bashing things until they fall over.
This is actually a thing. Bear in mind that you've all been working together up until this point. It is entirely valid for you, Robin, to tell a story of how this kind of attitude has caused problems in the past, or maybe has been successful in the past.
Didn't you nearly get us all killed on a previous mission by trying to bash things all over, and some of them wouldn't? Some of them wouldn't budge. Some of them were just a bit too big.
But most of them did fall over when I hit them. So
Most of them did, that's true, but it only takes one to be able to kill us.
I still see no problem with this strategy.
Okay, well, why don't you go in as an advanced guard, and we'll wait and see what the results are, and then follow in after you if all's clear.
I'll send some drones behind you for backup.
Yeah, their infrared cameras will help take out any...
Be like, look, there's one on your left.
Does anyone have repair electronics?
Yes.
Roll that for me, please.
I can only repair vehicles.
Right.
Oh.
So, you think it would be an amazing idea to attach some guns to
Oh.
some of these drones?
Why did I know that was going to happen?
I will pay you a fate point to do this.
I feel feel like I'm gonna get shot by my own drone.
Hey guys, you know what's a really good idea? Let's put little guns on our drones. Therefore, if we get shot at, we can shoot back.
It's true.
It's such a good idea, isn't it?
It
What
is.
could possibly go wrong? After all, Hector, if you have a problem, just hit it until it goes away.
Yeah.
Or be incredibly polite, depending on your mood. So you're now going to be going in with drones with guns.
Huzzah!
This is just Hector, I want to clarify, right?
Yeah.
Hector and some drones.
I'm gonna watch you.
Sure.
I'm gonna watch from my little helicopter perch.
Okay, so you're doing a recce, and we're all sitting watching from a distance from Riley's base.
Wait, so does this mean you've now actually met Riley in person?
I would
Or-
assume so. Yes. Hi.
It's never happened before.
Well, sure. It had to happen sooner or
This
later.
is my helicopter.
Very nice.
I mean, it didn't have to happen sooner or later. This might be the first time you've ever met in person.
This is my cuddly dragon sat on my desk.
I mean, we have a limited range of options here when it comes to accommodation. What with the whole blackout of
Wait.
anything remotely post 16th century.
I should tell you what Riley looks like. She's 30-something with long, dark, lank hair that looks like it's unwashed. She tends to just wear a black hoodie and jeans, and that's it. And she has a little dragon plushie that sits next to her computer.
Hoodie might not be right for this weather. Just a thought.
Don't care. Still wearing it.
And of course, bear in mind, as Kit said, she wears just a hoodie and jeans. So if she takes her hoodie off, she would actually be topless.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want to do that.
No.
I mean, you could buy a t-shirt, but...
Could do, but
Okay, cool.
So, investigating
she does have a sports bra on underneath.
the area.
You need that.
Aw,
You do need that.
that's no fun.
Ah, Sanchit.
Yeah, so you don't actually know where this cave is yet.
In the black
Although-
spot.
Well, yeah, you know that it's somewhere in the black spot. You don't know
I
exactly.
apologise, I'm eating my dinner at the same time.
When you say this cave, do you mean the one Riley's based in, or the one they're based in?
The one that you can see in the picture.
The one they're based in.
Yeah, the one they're based in.
I can't actually see one in the picture. I can see a waterfall. Maybe my eyesight's just really bad.
There,
Where that little purple thing was.
I can't see a little purple thing.
Do it again.
there.
Did that...
Still can't see it.
Is that not working for you? It's working for me.
You don't see like a purple circle come up.
So the picture is slightly taller, I've just realised. So I'm going to zoom out a bit.
So this is the cave here.
Yes. That wasn't showing at all before.
Yeah. So with all of these, zoom out until you can see all of the fate points because they are in each corner.
Yep.
And I'm just going to, in general, assume that that is the image you're seeing with one in
Okay.
each corner.
Cool. I just saw cliffs dropping off into infinity. I kind of assumed that there was no bottom to them. And,
So I'm assuming we're kind of like up on that cliff with the helicopter and the little base we've made.
You're probably not that close,
Okay.
but you might be on a
Two
different...
cliffs away.
perspective. It's actually several miles away.
Yeah.
Basically, the point is you don't know where this cave is yet.
Nope. What we do have though is drones.
Yes.
And a black spot.
Yep.
Which I'm now totally thinking we're going to send the drones in and the drones are going to just stop working in the black spot.
Well, send one in and see what happens.
We'll send the first drone
The cheapest drone.
with the camera and guns.
Cheap guns.
Okay.
Into the black spot. Which I'm assuming is like a mile or so across.
it is a little bit smaller than the area that you'd pinpointed before, and it is entirely within that area.
Pootle. Do you need me to do anything?
Nope. So the only thing I need to know is, are you basically going straight in, or are you skirting the edge of the black spot first and spiraling in?
Spiraling would be the best bet.
Okay. So in that case, you're going to get fairly decent coverage of the area before the drone's battery runs out.
I assume you'll fly it back before the battery runs out, so that we can replace the batteries, because they tend to be cheaper than drones.
I was assuming the batteries would last quite a while.
They would, but you're also patrolling quite a large area. Do you want to send them back before it runs out, or do you just want to send the next drone in?
Send it back.
What I'm going to do, before all that, because I'm still eating, is send out 4 drones, one to each kind of corner of the black spot.
Okay.
And they'll do their own little spiral, and before their batteries run out, with enough time for them to come back, yes, we'll send them back.
Okay. So you get maybe halfway to the middle. And you see a few promising looking areas. And I'm not going to tell you about the presence of waterfalls, because that would give the game away a bit.
Might be lots of waterfalls.
Maybe.
It's a rainforest. Rain tends to fall, right?
I'm staying on top of the hill where it's dry. I'm already freaking out. I'm a little bit too close to water mages.
I thought you said midges. Because you're probably also quite close to those.
Yeah. I've got torches. That's fine, that sorts them out.
So,
Yeah.
we see a number of caves.
A number of caves.
Do any of them show signs of human activity?
Some of them have some footprints nearby.
Any tracks? Anything that looks like there have been people moving around outside the caves as well?
Any pictures?
Most of them do, actually. One of them has like a burned out torch at the entrance.
This is all going a little bit too Indiana Jones.
Yeah, in general, lots of signs that people have been around, but no signs of current occupation.
Does anyone have tracking skills and can judge how recent things are?
Probably not.
No.
And can we use some common sense to see which ones are sort of covered in plants and which ones look reasonably...
Yeah. It's not the easiest thing to tell because of the bad quality.
Yep.
But it seems to be quite random.
Oh, and does our infrared show any signs of people outside of the caves currently?
No. It shows animals, but no people.
Okay.
Okay, where do you want to go, guys? You've seen the footage.
So it does
Hector?
seem to be quite random which ones are more recent. There doesn't seem to be a pattern.
Well,
We can fly drones into the caves, right?
Can do.
You might want to bring the current lot back so you can replace their batteries.
You can send them into the caves. If you go too deep, you may lose signal.
Can we use a secondary drone as a relay point for the first one?
Yes, you increase the lag, but it is possible.
So I'm daisy chaining now.
Yeah.
If they're communicating by radio, the lag shouldn't be that big anyway, within a few miles.
We've got video.
Yeah, but you've also got to bear in mind the processing costs.
Sure.
Having a wireless repeater is actually significantly slower than having
Cable.
an old Ethernet cable hooked up to a new access point.
The engines, can you take it, Captain?
Okay. But we can use this. I mean, we've got time on our hands, right? There's no deadline by which we have to have taken these guys out. We may as well explore the area as well as we can before we go in.
Yeah.
I'm all for doing what we can with the drones, whatever to their
Plenty of
capability
pay.
to.
I mean, Hector, if you want to go in now, feel free.
I'm happy to go in whenever. If you're wanting to still look in some places with some drones.
We're trying to find a good spot for you to go in. There's no point in you going into a cave and there not being anything there.
Yeah, exactly. I want to be optimised with my...
That's how things were traditionally done in RPGs, right? Just explore every gully.
Yeah.
Well,
We have
what
drones to do that for us.
doing. Drones, not me.
Don't know, usually in RPGs, I'm the one sat in the tavern drinking.
So, drones.
I'm assuming I said that doing what we can to the best of their ability to sweep the area and find the spot that we need.
Yep.
Is that a -1 that you just rolled?
Yeah. That was to put guns on them.
Oh, that was to put guns on them. Does that mean that you succeeded
No.
in putting the guns on, but you did a really terrible job?
It wasn't to put the guns on them, it was
To suggest to put the guns on them.
yeah. So basically she thought it was a really good idea to do it when it's clearly not.
Mm-hmm.
Because, as soon as you put a gun onto a drone, the recoil is just going to flip it over.
Be hilarious.
I know nothing of that. I'm just tech.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just
mean-
thinking of well, I'm gonna back you guys up with all these guns. Look at them, they're
Yeah.
fantastic.
You've got
Like a really low...
I've even got a thing for this. You have so many guns.
We're in the Matrix right now.
But we don't have people to carry all the guns.
Yeah, which is why she decided to put some on the drones.
Oh, I see. Right. It's like
Makes
that.
sense to me.
Oh, do we have something like Big Dog to mount some guns on?
What's Big Dog?
That weird
it's-
robot cheat thing.
It's, yeah, like the cheetah, but it's more of a pack mule, and it's designed for all-terrain traversal.
Right, you can
You
get
can knock it over and it will not fall. It will sort of it will manage to
Yeah.
stop itself falling.
you can get something like that, but it's not gonna come quickly.
Okay.
Not even with
Um,
military contacts.
No. Basically, what I'm going to say is you can have an extra thing shooting at you when you actually shooting for you when you go in.
Okay.
Effectively, Kit is going to be controlling it as Riley and gets
How lo-
attacked with a physical attack.
How long have these guys been operating for, by the way?
There are stories of them going back centuries.
Oh, right. So this "We Are Arcane Gods" is beginning to sound less silly then.
Mm-hmm.
How true the stories are is another matter entirely.
Right. So there's no sudden recent development.
It does seem to have picked up recently,
Okay.
in maybe the last 50 years or so.
Right. And China has just decided to do something about it.
No, they've sent people before.
We've had
Well,
lots of people going in.
You said 20 people total.
Bear in mind that there are maybe a few hundred assassins in the world.
Oh, right, okay.
20 people is a lot.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, Nathan, what did you say? I didn't catch it.
I was just saying that we're convenient people to just send in as cannon fodder.
That's why they're sending you in as cannon fodder.
I told you, we're the Suicide Squad.
Oh.
I was kind of picturing a little walking platform of guns, just covered in automatic weapons. Since Peru specified that they don't want us to bomb the place, if we just go in raining bullets instead.
Oh, but we're just a poor and tiny country, whereas you and China are so
Right,
rich.
so you've said that we're not allowed to bomb the area, so so it's fine. We won't bomb it.
Basically, they're saying we're not sending you any help because
No. But will they get annoyed if we just spray bullets over the entire?
Can I strap guns to an elephant?
not
Elephant
massively.
might not be the best choice.
So I've been playing Tamba recently. It's amusing.
We could do the dogs and landmines thing, but that did backfire terribly the first time.
Yes, it did.
Okay, what's the plan, guys? I'm giving you your
Find
surveillance.
out where they are, lock them in, and then destroy it.
Well, my little drones are doing their little surveillance for you, so we're just waiting to hear back from them.
Okay.
I don't know how long we have to wait.
I'm okay with waiting.
I'm just a tech.
So after the second set of surveillance, oh wait, right, okay, sorry. After the second set of surveillance, you've got a couple of caves which are showing signs of recent life, and are you going to investigate them at all, or are you just going to like pinpoint this is one of the caves?
Right, dudes, look, this cave has signs for life. What do you want to do?
Investigate more.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go in now?
I look inside.
You're going to look inside, or
How far have we sent the drones?
at the moment, just outside, not particularly close to the cave
Send more
entrance.
drones.
Yeah, do you want me to send them into the cave? Fair enough. Cave, go in.
With the relay thing, so that we can
Yeah,
still get to them.
daisy chaining them
So
best we can.
you start going in, and there's like campfires that seem to have burned out recently. This is like mostly, tunnels. You don't really see any rooms. So you find like campfires, you find discarded bones, discarded torches, and then at some point you see people approaching one of the drones, and depending on what you want to do, you may or may not want to roll initiative.
I guess as soon as you see the people, be ready to flee.
I would say try and pull the drones out at the moment we see a sign of a person.
Okay, so in that case, roll your specialist hardware.
Oh, do they have multi-directional cameras on them?
No.
No. Didn't think they would. For fuck's sake.
Because what usually happens at this point is you turn around to flee, get knocked out anyway, and have no idea what it was that hit you.
But it's just a drone, that's fine. The drone can be
No,
knocked
no.
out.
So it's not so much that we care about the drone as that it would be nice to see what they've got.
So you're going to be going first because you rolled the same number, but you had the higher stat.
Okay. So, is this me seeing the thing and I'm like trying to pull the drones out now?
Yes.
Okay. What do I do?
Can I suggest not flying it back to our base in
What
case
do you
we
wanna
see
do?
where it's going?
I'm pulling the drone out, and like I said, not flying it back to the base. That would be a good idea.
Just this one or the entire network?
The ones that were seeing people that I was daisy chaining, pulling them out.
Okay, so the other ones are basically just going to be stuck hovering there until you manage to get them into communication again.
Fly them in
Well-
different directions into caves, I guess.
There's only 2 that can see people, by the way.
Oh, are we exploring multiple caves at the same time?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
And they've both suddenly happened across people?
no, this is just one cave.
Okay. So yeah, get them out. Get them
If
to...
we start moving towards that cave.
yeah. Get the drones out, scatter them slightly, and then let Hector. Forgot his name then for a second.
Yeah.
No, that we've found signs of life.
Yeah.
Does that work?
There are 2 that have signs of life. You're basically looking in both of them, but only one of them has ended up with people outside of it.
Yeah, but we're going to head towards send Hector towards the one with people.
Yeah. Okay, so in that case, they are going to try. What are they going to do? They see some flying stuff. Right, so you see one of them clap his hands together,
Uh-huh.
and then you lose communication
Oh dear.
with all of the drones.
Guys, we just lost communication with all of my drones.
Including the ones that weren't... All of your drones?
All of my
Yes.
drones.
Including the ones at the other cave.
Can I just do a quick test of the ones that are still in camp to make sure that they're working okay?
It depends on exactly where your camp is.
It's outside of the...
It's
black-
outside of the black zone.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to say that they probably do work.
Okay. So very small EMP type magic. Either that or he's got one of those light clappers and he's just turned the lights out on us.
I think it's quite clearly the second.
Hmm. Damn it, why did we make those drones respond to clapping sound? Okay, so...
Good job we didn't put any guns or anything that would make loud repeated
Is
noise.
it worth trying to check out, first of all, whether we can still fly a drone into the black zone, whether it will immediately fail as soon as it gets inside?
If you're suggesting I do that, I would probably try and do that.
And then second, if we can get in, then if we can check out the other cave and see if there were people in there as well.
Can we fly a drone into the black zone?
As soon as one enters, well, the further one gets into the black zone, the more likely it is to stop working. However, when it stops working, it just hovers there.
Huh.
It doesn't crash.
And we've got footage of this.
Um,
Well, if it stops working,
I'm assuming that this happens close enough to the black zone that someone is actually sees it.
Okay. So, because I'm assuming that Hector is following that one in some fashion.
Yeah, that's definitely sounds like something that Hector would be doing.
Okay, so we have EMPs that make our things hover. Can I just get on my helicopter and leave now?
At around the same time, the earpiece starts picking up significant static, and when all of you can hear the static on your earpieces, and when Hector comes back out of the black zone, well, just a little bit further out, then it goes back to normal.
Wow. Guys, we have no tech in the black zone.
I vote we go in and hit things with
With
pointing
sticks.
and
I'm just gonna like sit in my tent, rocking back and forth, cuddling my dragon, which right now is a dinosaur because that's all I have. That's like shit. Why am I here? There's insects. There's people.
You've actually met people in person
met
for the first
people.
time in years.
And I don't like it.
Yeah. What do you want to do then?
I don't know. I'm asking the two combative assassins. I'm just sat there going, my drones, my drones,
I mean, Nick's not that combative.
my babies.
If I remember correctly, he's got an assault rifle.
Yeah,
That's about it.
I don't tend to go in for weapons.
Yeah.
Mostly try to use a combination of magic and diplomacy to solve situations.
Yeah, in my little human non-magic mind, having magic is a weapon.
Okay,
Even though
well,
water magic nearly always isn't.
Don't care.
well,
Don't like water.
yeah, I was wondering, water against fire.
Yes.
How does that?
I
We presumably had some previous encounters with fire mages, yeah?
Yes, water tends to douse fire.
Okay.
However, fire does tend to boil off water. So basically, you end up rolling off,
And
and
paper beats
if you
rock.
tie, you're both nullified. Whoever wins otherwise is still able to act with their magic, but at a reduced effect.
hmm I'm just reminding myself of some of the things that I've been able to do with water.
You were able to drown somebody.
I'm not able to
Yeah.
drown someone, so I didn't buy that.
Oh, I thought you made them choke. Oh no, they fell on their
Because it's
own.
really expensive. And
Yeah, I
at
think
best,
drown
it
is.
ends up with me getting a fate point, which I could also just buy for cheaper.
I think drown is probably the worst of the magic abilities.
I just I
Because
was thinking that he had done, but it turned out the guy was drowning on his own blood anyway.
Yeah.
That was what was happening.
But yeah, it is a very situational one. Basically, you use it when you know that the other person is out of fate points.
From second-hand sources, not
Yes.
people who've gone in to attack these guys, but people maybe who've been affected by their raids or whatever, do they seem to be the sort to just turn up and kill everyone? Are they more of a give us your stuff? What do their styles seem to be?
There are people who claim they've been raided by these guys. Their evidence amounts to pretty much nothing because they never saw anyone.
Oh, so there have not been widespread deaths as a result of raids from these guys then, for example?
No.
It's more that they tend to take stuff.
There have been deaths,
Sure.
but there haven't, like, nobody has actually seen them and lived to tell the tale, effectively.
So that could go either of two ways. Either they're really good at not getting seen, or they kill everyone.
They don't kill everyone.
Okay.
They kill a few people.
Yeah. So this leaves hope that we may be able to talk our way to some sort of agreement. I'm just wondering what kind of agreement we might try to reach with them.
Does it? Because Shu still wants you to kill him.
Well, she wants them to be no longer a problem, no longer a threat.
No, she wants you to kill him. She
Well,
doesn't
if they
think...
turn out to be, if they turn out to be as powerful as they claim they are, we might not have to worry about Zhu anymore.
This is valid.
I don't think that solves our issues with the Chinese government, though.
Well, no, but if they are as powerful as they claim to be, we might not have to worry about the Chinese government.
So basically, what you're proposing is that you go in here, talk these guys over to your side, and use them to send a 10 or so man squad in to take over China and make it part of the new British Empire.
No, not necessarily. I mean, first, I don't think that direct aggression is necessarily needed here. But
It's not a new Cold War where
I mean, yeah, I was thinking something closer to that, but it's less of a Cold War in that only one side has magic superpowers.
It's not a Cold War, they have fire.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, but nukes aren't really cold either, so...
Yeah, so, again, entirely valid. You're welcome to give it a shot.
This is my preferred strategy. I'm open to this discussion.
I'm assuming this discussion is happening in camp, and I'm just going to sit there going, we have no tech.
Yeah, I know we have no tech.
Nathan, whatever you were saying, the other two drowned you out.
Well, I'm all for diplomatic solutions as long as I get to hit someone with a stick.
Okay.
Diplomatic stick.
Right. Why don't you go and take your anger out on some of those animals that Sanchit mentioned earlier? And by the way, talking of magic and water versus fire,
Yes.
how does cooperation interact with magic?
Friendship is magic?
That's not what I was going for.
So you can't really combine your attacks, which...
Well, water is less meant for attacks anyway, really.
Yes. Well, basically, when you're making the roll, you can't combine it, but you can have someone help you by doing a create an advantage action.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just force of numbers.
Okay.
And that's pretty much the same with everything. You can use a create an advantage action, but otherwise there's not really a good way to help each other.
Riley, out of character. Other than doing stuff with tech, what is your character good for?
I don't know.
Hey!
Out of character and roll to make it be less offensive.
What?
I was saying Robin should roll to make it sound less offensive.
Out of character.
Out
Yeah.
of character. No.
Yes, I mean, like,
no,
actually-
honestly, I agree with him. Right now, she was made to basically be tech support,
Yeah.
and not in the turn it off and on again sense. Because I didn't really know much about the system, and I didn't know much about the history of the game. You know, so this was as I learn a game, I tend to play a character that does support in some fashion. Right now, we're in a very technological non-place.
What's PTD?
That was the... Hold on, I need to bring the thingy back up again. Hold on.
Oh, personal transportation device.
Which is the helicopter. Oh no,
So you have helicopter separately.
I think I had a skateboard as well.
Brilliant.
Is the skateboard electronic in any way?
No.
Also, it's a skateboard. We're in a jungle.
Didn't say I brought it with me, although I probably did because I carry everything
It
with
could
me.
be a hoverboard. It actually legitimately could.
But then that would be technology and it wouldn't work in the black zone.
What's the definition of technology here? Because presumably...
Could that be like magical technology?
It could if you want it to be spurting out a lot of water
I don't like
or
water.
fire.
And
You can do it with fire. You can basically have a rocket skateboard if you want to.
Oh, I've just remembered a brilliant thing I saw where someone basically had a jetpack, but it was spurting high pressure water,
Oh, I've seen that. It's fantastic.
and it lifted them like 30 feet into the air or something.
I would say it's an experimental fire skateboard.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles, seeing as we're all
But
going to
you
die
know
anyway.
As soon as we get inside the black zone, right?
Because it's magical.
Oh, it's magical.
Yeah.
What sort of magic?
Fire.
Oh, brilliant!
Because I don't like water. So it wouldn't be water. So if I only have a choice of water or fire, naturally I would go...
A skateboard which shoots fire out the exhaust. What could possibly... In a jungle.
In the jungle, what could possibly go wrong?
It is literally a rocket skateboard.
Which is in the helicopter right now.
Yeah.
I see no problem with this.
Would it be powerful enough to mount a gun on?
Yes. And I'm not going to tell you the potential issues with that because it is actually the same as mounting a gun on a drone.
Yes.
And you didn't spot it the first time.
Definitely worse. For starters, the helicopter's designed to be occupied by people.
I'm not on about on the helicopter, but on the skateboard. Would she be thinking of that if she had to go into the jungle? I'm fucking taking guns with me. All the guns.
I mean, this is the thing, like, guns, you don't know if guns are going to work or not.
Oh, can we use something akin to seismic detectors to work out how far the cave extends?
Yes.
Do we have seismic detectors? Oh, excuse me.
It wouldn't be seismic detectors just because of the way that they're spaced out and the fact that you don't have enormous trucks to create seismic waves. Which incidentally is actually how people create seismic waves.
I mean, they have smaller versions that you can carry in a backpack, don't they?
Yes, but that's only the detector, not the...
Could we theoretically find holes in the ground which to large quantities of water?
Could you theoretically... what?
So basically, we use water magic to do fracking.
To do fracking?
If you had enough water mages, yes. But what I was going to say is you wouldn't be able to do it with seismic sources, but you might be able to do it with something else.
Like water. Yeah.
Water might be a bad way of doing it because you'd have to flood the cave.
Also, that takes a lot of water.
Yeah.
But what you can potentially...
We have to pull the guy.
What you can... I mean, so you can do things like... what do? They get some water, they put some markers in it, either radioactive or dye, and then they try to trace it coming out of different places to work out what's in between.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that takes months, not days.
Okay.
I'm just sat in my helicopter going, this is not what I signed up for.
And again, you still haven't decided how much technology is affected by this black spot.
No,
Which
but
means-
I'm going to err on the side of caution and assume that it is all technology.
Okay, so in that case,
I could make a backpack of tech up, and we could go so far with it, and then when it starts working again, I set up camp again.
But my thought was,
yes,
if I have
under
if I have
certain
water
definitions of technology, radioactive markers are technology.
So the markers themselves are not technology, right? Because you get
Under certain definitions, they are.
Well, you get
confused.
radioactive stuff in rocks. But if we were,
What I'm saying is you can't say all technology and then insist on using radioactive markers, because some people would define radioactive markers as technology.
yeah, I do see what you mean.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
probably
not saying that radioactive markers definitely would or wouldn't be affected. I'm just saying that you need to
Yep.
clarify your definition.
That's fair enough. My thought has been, would I be able to use control over water to guide some water through the earth, and would I be able to tell when it reached something that was cave-like?
You would, but you wouldn't have significant range on that.
What's not significant?
We're talking maybe half a kilometre at the most, and that's making quite...
Okay, so what I mean is, for example, I could get up on top of that cliff on the other side.
Yeah.
And do it from there?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. Can we...
I'm just being stupid right now. When you said that the drone stopped working, so their cameras stopped working as well, or did they just stop flying?
Yeah, the cameras stopped working.
Okay. What about sound?
All cut out.
All cut out. Just checking.
Oh, what is the failure mechanism on these drones? As in, what are they designed to do if they stop getting input from a controller?
If they stop getting input, they will just try and float down and land.
But you said that they're just hanging in midair.
Yes.
So that means something is holding them up. And that something is magic.
Well, to be precise, the ones that were hanging in midair would eventually come down, just much more slowly.
Then you would anticipate them to normally.
Yes.
So, I'm thinking we first check out the cave that didn't have direct evidence of people being in it, but that looked like it was recently occupied. You said there were two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So let's go to the other one, or I'll go to the other one, but the cliff above it, and I'll try to sound it out using water.
Okay.
Okay, I do that.
Are
What do I
you
need to
walking
roll?
there?
Presumably. What?
Are you walking there?
Is there a way there that doesn't involve going right into the... Basically, can I try to start from a spot relatively far out in the black zone and work my way inwards rather than going right into the middle and working my way out?
Sure.
I'm prepared to spend a few hours or even days doing some surveying work if I have to.
I'm
Yep.
confused.
Presumably, once I find a cave, I can trace it, so
Yep.
then I can work out the network. Okay, so roll water magic, I guess.
Yes.
Remind myself what my skill actually is. 6.
That is not going to be enough to get you the range you want, but if you pay 1 fate point, it will.
Okay. Is this for the whole area or just for this one particular cave?
I will say that you can have this for... I'll say it'll last for the entire scene, which will therefore be pretty much until you go into a cave.
Okay. Because, I mean, I'm moving about above ground, right? I'm moving on the cliff.
But effectively, this is, a searching scene.
Yep.
And if you then start acting, that will be a
Okay.
separate scene.
All right, I'll spend a fate point to do that.
Okay.
Just so you know, I've probably got about another hour that I can stay.
Okay.
Okay. We are actually getting very close to the point where I was planning a quite appropriate cliffhanger.
Oh,
So,
fair enough. We can do that. A literal cliffhanger.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So, what do I get?
So, in that case, oh yeah, and everyone make a notice check.
Which is what?
If you don't have it, it's physical.
Great.
Oh, and Robin,
Yep.
would you have left your earpiece on or turned it off? Would you have thought to turn it off?
From the outset, no.
Okay.
If I started getting weird staticky effects like Hector got before, then maybe.
Nathan, what did you get?
2.
Okay. So in that case, everyone except for the person for whom it's most relevant, i.e. Riley, will notice that those weird staticky effects are gone.
Huh. Are the drones still hovering then?
Are my drones back on?
They're not on. You wouldn't have passed any on your route.
I mean, some were flying out over the valley, right? So, if they were there at all, we should be able to see them.
I'm assuming
From up on,
then they've
from up
been
on top of the
collected.
cliff.
Well, you wouldn't see any hovering in the sky.
Okay.
I've got appropriate cliffhanger music happening right now.
Well, in which case, I will comment on the sudden lack of static over the earpieces.
I'm like, ooh, okay.
And when you reach the area and do your water magic-y thing, you don't find the end of the cave. It seems to go very deep, and it also seems that there is actually a network of caves under the ground.
Okay.
So it's spread out quite far as well.
And they're all joined together.
If you want to explore that, then you'd find that a lot of them are, not all of them.
Okay. Wonderful. Right. I'll get out of there then, I guess, once I'm done with that. I'm not entirely sure what I gained by spending that fate point, but such is life.
Well, you got information instead of no information.
Okay.
Okay, if I like restart my drones that were in there, now I know that there's no static and you guys can still talk to me in the black zone. Do they restart?
Yes.
What do I see?
How long has it been, roughly?
So, this has been a few days now. Maybe 2 days.
Okay.
The only ones that restart are the ones that were nowhere near either cave. They're the ones that were like general surveillance, that kind of thing. All the others are completely dead by the sounds of it.
Okay.
And they all seem to have landed. They don't seem to have been harmed in any way. Maybe one has lost a rotor.
It happens.
How much can I detect with my water sensing technique? For example, would I be able to detect large campfires and things? Either from the smoke or the heat?
I wouldn't say campfires. I'm thinking more you'd be able to detect things based on it's easy for the water to go this way or it's difficult for the water to go that way. If you get right up to a campfire and the water starts evaporating, sure.
Okay.
But
Not in terms of smoke finding its way into the water, or
no.
if there are lots of people, then maybe vibrations. I don't know how the water thing is meant to work, so...
No, I think it would literally be you've come up against a solid surface which you can't get through.
Okay.
Or you've come up against hardly packed soil because it's difficult to get through, but you can still do it.
Mm-hmm.
Densely packed, even.
Okay, so as far as we can tell, there's a big network of caves, but it seems that only parts of it are actively being used at the moment. That's
Yep.
our best. That's our best guess. And they have some way of disabling technology by some definition of that word, which maybe wears off after a couple of days.
Yep, I think these are all valid assumptions.
These seem like pretty formidable guys to be going up against. If at all possible, we want a non-messy resolution. Well, okay, it's going to be messy. We want a non-violent resolution to this situation.
You're a mage, and you're a water mage, and you're looking for a non-messy solution.
Well, it's going to be messy. It's going to be messy, but maybe non-violent.
I compel you to make things messy.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's true.
It's probably my most fun compel.
But I can invoke perfectionist. Okay.
Yeah, but
so,
I can compel perfectionists.
that's true, but if you're compelling perfectionist, it's not going to make things messy.
No, but it might make you slow.
Ah, that's true. Okay. I am in favor of trying to meet with one of these guys. And
Let's go into a cave.
feel free.
He wants to go hit things with sticks.
Go hit with things with sticks. Be my guest.
Going into a cave.
I'm going to be over there. You do your thing.
And I'm gonna
Well,
stay.
I'll go in to the cave with you when you try to talk to them, and then if they try and hit you with their sticks, I can then hit them with mine.
He's your bouncer. Bodyguard.
He's not with us. He just came along. We don't know who he is.
And some of Shu's people will wait outside whichever cave you choose.
Okay.
Are you choosing the cave we know definitely has people in it? I'm assuming you are because you have to go talk to them.
Suddenly it's me going in there, or is it you? Is it Hector?
I thought it was both of you.
I thought it was both of you. I thought you were
I'm
going to
not
go
sure I want to be
negotiate.
in the same room as Hector at the moment.
I thought
Looks like his...
so. I thought what was going to happen was that Nick was going to go in with Hector as backup in case things
Go
go
wrong.
wrong.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Nick's going to find a way of interpreting things. It's not Nick. Hector's going to find a way of interpreting things as having gone wrong so that he can hit things.
Are you sure that Hector's not a fire mage?
Yeah, I've been wondering.
No, he's a water mage.
He was born into the wrong sort of magic. He was made for fire magic, but something went wrong.
Both his parents were fire mages, and then his mom had an affair with the postman, and suddenly he was a water mage.
Okay, I guess I'm going in. I guess there's no way around this.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, no, I don't have to, but then we have nothing to do.
I thought the other option was that Hector went in and...
Well, Hector seems to be refusing to go alone.
No.
Well,
In
I
which-
could go alone. But
In which case, be my guest.
Right, so is Hector going in alone?
is that what we've decided? Is that what the thing that's happening now?
I mean, what is your plan, Hector? When you go in and you meet these guys, what are you going to do?
Hit them with a stick.
Hit them with sticks?
You want to negotiate, he wants to kill.
We've been
So-
asked to buy the
So
Chinese.
so in character, I would be willing for Hector to go in and get himself killed, thus removing himself from the equation, and then go in afterwards, stating clearly that I had nothing to do with that guy who came in and got killed earlier, and try to reach something.
Either way, I'll be sending in drones to video record this to see what happens.
Well, the drones will probably just get knocked out again, right?
Well, that's what we're going to experiment with. They're working again now, so I'm all like, yay, drones!
Yeah. Incidentally, I think the reason that Riley didn't notice that the static was back up and everyone else did, that the static was gone, was because she was too busy sobbing over the lack of technology.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, did I roll that? I didn't do anything.
Apparently you did.
I can actually move the dice around.
You rolled my dice for me?
No, I didn't roll your dice for you. This was the roll that was already up.
Oh, okay. It just
So
moved.
I'm now going to make both of the minuses be at the edges.
This is all very confusing.
It's the exact same thing, but now the minuses are at the edges.
Wow.
I didn't realise I could do that.
Hacks. I call hacks. You're hacksawing my dice. And not making them any better.
But now it's like a face, like the
It is
two
like a
zeros
face.
at the eyes.
That's me going, drones!
Okay, so is Hector going in alone? Is Nick going in alone? Are both going in together?
Should we toss a coin?
It's just.
I would be happy to go in alone at this point. I think Hector's a liability.
Right, so in that case, it's between Hector alone or Nick alone.
Maybe the GM should roll the dice and see what fate says.
Then he's more than welcome to.
Okay, so Nick's going in alone.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
Nick's going in with drones. To keep an eye on him.
Hey, that rhymes. Incidentally, the other drone would have arrived. So you can send that in as well.
Yay, drones.
Keep them at a fair distance
Oh
because.
yeah, I'm keeping it at my distance where I can still see what's going on.
Okay.
But hopefully not be too intimidating.
Is the cave lit with torches?
No, you will need to provide your own light source.
Okay.
Which could be, a torch.
A torch.
Yeah. Did you say there was a partially burnt out one already there?
That was a different cave. What did you say, Nathan?
I vote rather than a battery with a bulb, a stick with a rack set on fire.
That is very valid.
I'm pretty sure we have matches.
So this is a point that's worth finding out before we go in. Do matches and lighters work inside the zone of darkness?
Considering that the zone appears not to be doing anything anymore, I don't think you've got a way of finding out.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. So I'm assuming we brought some matches.
Yeah.
It's usually in a survival kit.
Maybe lighters as well. I will
If not, we've got a rocket-powered skateboard.
Oh great, yes. I will fashion some kind of torch, I guess. Do I need knowledge to do that?
Just if you've got an appropriate knowledge, roll it. Otherwise, just do.
I mean, my guess was dip a cloth in something flammable.
It's
stick one in-
basically, unless it goes really badly, you'll be fine.
Okay. So what am I doing?
A relevant knowledge.
I don't have a relevant knowledge. That's why I was asking. Does anyone have? I've got disguise. No,
No, actually, from the knowledge set.
no, I don't have a knowledge set.
Oh, in that case, you probably don't want to be doing it.
Someone else?
I have a fire-powered skateboard.
Hey, you know who'd be really good at this?
Yep.
The fire mage.
Yep.
I rolled one on an attempt to make a flaming torch.
That is enough.
But what skill did you use? I'm really confused.
I used knowledge at 0 because I have another knowledge skill.
Oh, I see. You can do that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
If you don't have another knowledge skill, then you do it at -1.
Okay. So I'll take that torch, and I'll make my way in.
Yep. So you start descending past things which you have seen off an infrared camera, but not in color.
I will call out to make it clear that my intentions are non-aggressive.
In the hope they speak English.
Can I use persuade to try to make sure that people believe my intentions are non-aggressive?
Sounds right to me.
Yep.
Can I use suave to boost that?
I will apply it or not apply it based on what they know.
Okay. So I'm just rolling without it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I get anyone calling back as I continue to make my way into the cave?
You don't get anyone calling back. But you do a little bit further on, like maybe on the second or third try, you see a distant light.
Okay, I'll head towards that. I'll keep on calling out.
Again, there's no response. Well, there's no verbal response. But you see a guy when you get to... It opens up into a small cave.
On the assumption that these guys... We haven't heard anything that suggests they speak English, have we?
No.
No. So can I try to use, like, general... I mean, I'll carry on speaking in English just in case, but, like, knowledge of things like tone and non-verbal spoken cues to convey an air of non-aggression.
That's what I was assuming you were doing. So I was actually halving your persuade for it.
Okay.
Otherwise, you would have been rolling at 0.
As I'm watching through the drones, is the light like doing any kind of pattern, or is it just like there?
It's solid.
Okay.
So you come out into this room, this slightly bigger opening in the cave almost.
Okay.
It seems to be a fairly large room-ish structure. And there are 3 guys.
Uh-huh.
They are...
Huey, Louie,
So-
and Dewey.
What was that?
No, never mind. Ignore me.
So there's one in the middle who looks really old. And he has
Oh,
a
crap.
ball of lightning in his hand,
Oh,
Uh-huh.
which is providing the light.
that's not fire.
No.
Then there are 2... well, there's one on either side of him. And they are each holding spears. They look significantly younger. Maybe late 30s at the most. The guy in the middle looks more like, 60, 70.
Gandalf.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so now I have to improvise some kind of communication.
Well, you can keep using your social skills at half.
And I'm going to say it over the communications if you can hear me. That's not fire.
No.
No, it's
So, are they... Oh, does anyone have languages in our group?
No.
I'm actually not 100% sure that there is a knowledge languages.
There was something like it.
Yeah, I think there was something like it.
Okay.
You probably need to do it off the country's knowledge.
There's knowledge country.
Yeah, I think that's the closest.
There's also knowledge religion, if you're linking them specifically to the Aztecs. Or knowledge history.
So history and religion would give you information about them, certainly. But I don't think they would give you the language. Or maybe history would if you did particularly well.
So these guys are making claims that other people have been able to translate, right? So they are making the claims in some language.
Yes.
What language are they making the claims in?
I guess whatever the native language of Peru is.
Spanish.
Okay, Spanish.
Okay. Do we have, in our small crew of extra people who were sent with us, an interpreter?
Got Google Translate.
I think it's valid to say that one of Shu's guys is an interpreter.
Okay.
But they're not going to be great because both English and Spanish are not their primary language. So instead of having your thing halved, you'd be taking only a -1 penalty.
Okay. That'll do for now.
Yeah, it will improve it. It doesn't
Um,
get it back up to full.
Okay.
Oh, and if this guy gets killed, you're in big trouble.
What, the
Yeah.
interpreter?
Yeah.
But the interpreter, I assumed, is back at base camp and is communicating via earpiece at the
Yeah.
moment.
Can do.
Yep.
So
Okay.
He could tell you what to say, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well. I mean, it's another penalty, but I'm not going to actually stack it because then you're back to a -2 penalty, which is what you were taking anyway.
So, want to try to establish some kind of dialogue with these guys.
Hola.
I'll do all the usual things like holding up my hands to show I'm not carrying anything. Try to, greet them somehow. See if they'll say anything.
I don't have a good feeling about this.
So he says, the interpreter says, the Spanish is weird. It's like it's they have like it doesn't completely make sense.
It's archaic, you might say.
Potentially.
Great.
But it sounds like they're saying basically leave our lands, you're not welcome here.
Just as a quick note, these guys, did you say they've not really been raiding far and wide, it's just within a small area?
Yes.
Huh. I want to convey a message to the effect of our friends are afraid of you and seek reassurance that they will not come to harm if they if we do withdraw from your lands? Because you are clearly very powerful.
They say we have no need to make such a claim. Withdraw from our lands, or you will feel the wrath of Zipe Totek.
Google.
Wonderful.
I got to Google for that one.
Yes. Zipe Totek is the god, the Aztec god of life, death, and rebirth, agriculture, vegetation, bunch of other things.
Earth.
Importantly, the sky and war.
Huh.
So, what's our contact situation with Zhu?
She is with Riley and Hector.
Right, okay, so she's getting all of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
In particular, the guy holding a ball of lightning in his hands.
Yes.
She saying anything at this point?
Nope.
Right. I'm gonna back away.
And the translator said, and that sounded like something insulting about your mother.
I can live with that.
Smells of elderberries.
I can live with insults. Better alive and humiliated than headstrong and turned into a pile of ash on the floor.
Words of a coward, sir.
I am quite okay with being a coward. It keeps me alive.
So, not fire then?
No.
It would seem not.
So, you know those stories that I googled earlier? Seems might be something in it.
Huh. Okay, so I'm heading back. They're not attacking me or anything.
So just make a persuasion roll.
For them not to attack me.
Just in general to see how that entire encounter went.
Okay. Oh dear.
Also, is Zhu in earshot of my helicopter base of doom?
Yes,
Bollocks!
she is with Hector, like literally standing right next to him.
Yeah, but I meant, like, is she in earshot of me personally? If I was
So,
to go
Oh,
on to
if
private
you-
comms with just my
no.
team.
No, then you'd be fine. At least as far as you can tell.
Yeah.
If there's something you want to do immediately, do it immediately. Otherwise, I will resolve this.
You've got your drones there. I'm backing out the cave.
My drones would back with you, because I don't entirely trust this situation, and I would go to private comms and say, I think they knew that this was not fire, and that they're afraid of a different race of magic-y peoples, whatever you want to call yourselves.
Like a pretty valid fear. I will, as soon as we're outside of the dark zone, relay everything we've seen, including video footage.
She's been seeing video.
Like I'm saying, if you want to do things within the next 20 seconds of you leaving them, do it now.
No.
Otherwise, I'm finishing resolving this.
No, nothing until I'm back at base.
Okay. So,
Okay.
in that case, when you're about halfway out of the cave, the translator says, it sounded like he said something along the lines of, they're weak, get them while they're down. You might want to start running.
Yeah, I'll do that. I didn't get slide, did I? that I will start running.
Cool.
Oh, and I will try to use water magic to make the path behind me maybe more slippery, maybe cause a few rocks to fall behind me so that the path's a bit blocked.
Yep. Roll water magic then. Okay. So, in that case, is anyone else responding to this in any way?
I'm at my computer.
You could fly the drones into them as sacrificial distractions.
No.
Oh, great. So what you're saying is my life isn't worth a few tens of quid to you.
These are my babies.
Oh, for God's sake. Right.
And why would I fly my drones at someone who clearly doesn't want us there? That would be an act of aggression.
Because
we're meant
the
to
translator
be...
just pointed out, they're about to attack.
Yeah, well, why would
Anyway.
we... Then they would be justified that we attacked first if I was to drive them into it.
Oh, does it really matter whether they're justified or not? They're going to attack us.
Okay.
You went in on a diplomatic mission right there. I'm being diplomatic. No, I will not drive my
I'll
Florence
keep running.
or even fly my drones.
What about the one that you are driving? The one with guns mounted on it?
Oh, wait, you actually did that. That's hilarious.
This one is actually stable. It's the flying ones that aren't.
And the driving one didn't go with them, as far as I'm aware.
I thought it went in...
You're talking about the legged thing
Yeah.
that's designed for terrain.
Yeah, the all-terrain one.
I thought we just went in visual.
Yeah, so did I.
Okay, that's fine then.
Because we were only going on we come in peace.
Yes. So, as you reach the mouth of the cave, two more youngish-looking guys again appear at the mouth of the cave,
Of course.
trying to block you in.
Okay, them I would fly my drones at to try and help clear you a path.
Now you can roll initiative.
What was that again?
You can use athletics or notice.
I don't have any of them.
Sorry, you are doing it via the connection, so you can use specialized hardware instead.
Specialized hardware, okay.
Robin?
Yep. Water magic.
Cool. So in that case, they will be acting last.
Oh, hang on, wait. Oh,
No.
that was to roll initiative.
Yes.
Did you say I had to roll notice or something?
Notice or athletics.
Fine, so scratch that roll. Oh, my notice is only 2. Okay.
Cool. So you two go together, then they go.
Okay. So I'm assuming as you're trying to get out, I'm gonna fly my drones at them. You're gonna do whatever water witchery that you're doing.
Yep. I will try to... Hang on a second. I will try to use liquid shape to get around or between them.
Okay. So bear in mind that this session and the next one are going to
Oh,
be
count as a single one?
Yes.
Oh, in that case I won't. I'll use ordinary water magic to try to trip them off their feet or something like that.
Okay.
Great. Amazing.
You manage it.
Brilliant.
Fantastic.
And so one of them is pushed back and falling over. The other one you didn't manage to hit.
Okay. Well, I'll try to run through the gap.
Okay. Kit, are you doing anything with the drones then?
Just basically trying to use them as a distraction. And I probably will try and fire the guns that are on them.
Yeah.
Because to me that would be a distraction.
It would, and you also don't realise what's going to
Yes,
happen.
I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just like, distract!
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want me to roll?
You don't need to roll for that.
Okay.
So, unsurprisingly, they fire, flip right over, and fly directly into the ground.
Yep.
And realistically, if they're not destroyed, their motors are.
Yeah.
Could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah. You could have gotten shot.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, are we out of immediate danger?
No.
No, it's their turn now.
Okay.
So one of them is basically going to spend his turn getting back on his feet and, ready, in range, etc. The other one is going to chase you, and he's got a spear, which he will throw at you.
Great.
So F3. So he gets a 4 to try and hit you.
Right. Can I try to use water magic in any way?
You can't use the same thing to attack and defend.
When you say the same thing, what does that mean?
The same skill.
Okay. Can I try to yell persuasive things at him?
Leave me alone!
You can do that on your turn. However, I don't think that's going to help you in defending yourself against a spear being thrown at you.
But talking is a free action. Okay. I have no defensive skills. I have unarmed. I'm guessing that doesn't help.
You can try and bat it out the way.
But it's presumably moving quite fast. Is unarmed...
Oh, think we lost the sound then for a second.
Yeah. Sounds like Robin has cut out.
No, they got him with the spear!
Perfect timing. Everything just froze for me then. So anything that got said, I didn't hear it.
Yeah,
did
we were
we.
just commenting on how you cut out.
Oh, fair enough. So yeah, can I do the unarmed combat thing?
Yep.
Okay, I have that at level 1.
Go for it.
Yay!
Okay, just a minute.
Can I re-roll that?
You can spend a fate point to re-roll it. Just give me a minute. I'll be back in a couple of seconds.
I'm just wondering, should I re-roll this or should I just add 2 to it?
I don't know. So you just gotta remember you won't have a fate point for the next session.
Yeah, that's true. I can't help noticing that these guys are attacking with spears rather than with any kind of magic.
Yeah. It seems that the main magic guy is Gandalf.
Is it the one guy, do we reckon?
Could be.
Right, so Robin.
Because if it's one guy with lightning and 9 guys with spears, then, or even 20 guys with spears.
Robin, do you know how damage works in March for Death? Or in Fate in general?
Not really.
Okay, well, now I'm going to teach you.
Great.
So the difference between his roll and yours is the base amount of damage that you take.
That's 5.
His weapon can add to it, and if you have armor, that will take away from it. So
dead, basically,
it's 8 minus any armor you might have, which I'm assuming is none.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at your character sheet, in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a bit called Consequences.
Yes.
Bottom left-hand corner, even.
Yes.
I'm going to bring up the character sheet so people can see. There we go.
The number next to each box is the amount of damage that it absorbs. If all of your consequences are filled, and you take more damage, you are taken out. That means that the person who took you out of the combat decides how you are taken out of the combat.
Yeah.
Which does mean that it is as easy to kill someone as it is to knock them out.
Yeah. I'm just working out what happens if I use fate to a fate point to either re-roll or to add 2. Adding 2 seems like the better option.
Adding 2 is the safer option. It's not necessarily the better option.
So on average, I'll get 0 anyway.
Yes.
So then, instead of having 8 points of damage, I have 6.
Yep.
Which means I can afford to take 4 more, which is 1 more hit from the spear.
Yep.
In terms of actual consequences, what does it mean? Does it mean that all my rolls are on -3?
No, it means each consequence is an aspect. This aspect can then be compelled by other people.
Okay.
In normal Fate Core, the person who inflicted a consequence gets a free compel, but in Marked for Death, nobody gets any free compels, so they will have to pay fate points.
Okay.
However, they do have fate points.
I will spend a fate point,
Okay.
I think.
To add 2?
Actually, if I'm on 8, I'm pretty much screwed either way, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, he just managed to do 8 damage in 1 hit.
Yes.
So even if I get it up to 6, I can still be taken out in another hit.
Yes.
So it doesn't really help.
It helps if he doesn't get another chance to attack.
If he doesn't get another chance to attack, then it doesn't matter whether I'm on 6 or 8.
It does, because you will recover from some of these. You will be able to recover from a level 1 and a level 2, given enough time in the near future. A level 3 will take in the region of a few months, and a level 4 you will never recover from without treatment.
So I'm going to be on level 3 anyway.
No. You're not going to be on level 3. If you take 8 damage, you will take a level 1, a level 3, and a level 4. If you do 6 damage, you'll take a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3.
Oh, I see. It's done in some weird order.
No,
You
it's just done.
Take the biggest category first, and then.
No. It's literally just done in pick a number of consequences that add up to the amount of damage.
Okay, fine. So I could, if I got 3, I could choose between 1 and 2 or 3. Is that right?
If you got 3, what?
If I got hit by 3 damage instead, I could have
Yeah.
picked between 1 and 2 or just 3.
Yes.
But 1 and 2 presumably makes more sense.
1 and 2 makes more sense if you think you're going to get a chance to heal.
Okay.
Bear in mind that each hit inflicts at least 1 damage, and therefore must take up a consequence. So if you get dealt 1 damage and you've only got the level 4 slot left, it deals 4 damage, it takes up the 4 slot.
Yep.
So it can be advantageous to combine them into bigger consequences.
So it makes sense here, for example, if I take 6, it makes sense to make it a 4 and a 2, is that what you're saying?
Potentially.
Okay. I will do that. I'll spend the fate point.
Okay.
I'll add 2 to my roll so that it was a 1 instead of a -1.
Yep.
So I took 6 damage, which I'll
So
take.
you get to choose what the consequences are. So the 4 is called a very severe, and the 2 is called a moderate.
Right.
And you've been hit with a spear.
Yeah. So I'm thinking something like the 4 is that it's done something really bad, like
Pierce your stomach.
that's really bad.
That is going to kill you if you don't immediately get medical attention.
Yeah, I was thinking something more like it's broken a rib or something.
That's reasonable, yeah.
And then maybe if it's also knocked me over, or I've fallen. I'm thinking of a way this can, on the one hand, cause damage, but on the other hand, get me a bit further away from the guy who's throwing spears.
Okay, so I'll let you in on the
there were
secret.
2 of them. There were 2 of them. One of them's thrown the spear, and the other one is currently fallen over.
No, he got up, but he didn't have a chance to throw the spear.
Right. Okay.
So I'll let you in on a secret. These spears are electrically charged.
Oh, brilliant.
That's not doing any more damage. Well, it is, but we've already accounted for that. But that may guide your consequences.
Okay. Oh, but it can't knock me out because that's a 10, effectively.
Yeah.
Um.
You can never choose to be knocked out.
Oh, I see. So the way that the damage works is just through the consequences, is what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay. I got some burn marks from it, from the electricity,
Okay.
as a 2.
So, that puts it back to your turn.
It's my turn.
Yep. Yours and Riley's.
I'm not sure what I can do, really.
Riley, get me out of here. Get the chopper. I am yelling as I continue to try to move away from the guys with spears.
Is it
And
an
in fact, can I try to persuade them to stop chucking spears at me on the basis that they've already done the damage, I'm already on my way out, and I'm not...
You can try and persuade them that you're surrendering.
But if I surrender, what are they going to do? Take me prisoner and then kill me later?
You don't know.
Potentially, but like, if you just say, "Don't kill me, I'm already half dead," what are they going to do? They're going to take you prisoner.
Can't you blast water at them? They have electric spears.
So I have an electric spear in my back. Doing anything with water at this point might not be wise. I'm not sure exactly how that would work.
Well, they would have to spend a fate point, but they could invoke it.
Okay, they're standing next to a waterfall.
Yes.
Can I use the waterfall as some sort of environmental aspect? Or I don't know exactly what I'm going with here. Can I basically try to bring it down on them?
You can try. Normally, I would say you'd have to pay a fate point for that, but seeing as you've got none left, I'll let you try it, but at an increased difficulty.
Right.
So, in that case, you'll get a little bit of water on them, not much.
Right.
You will, however, send a decent amount going back into the cave.
Okay.
So it's at around this point that you hear the sound of a helicopter.
Is that my helicopter?
Nope, you haven't taken off yet.
I was gonna say, it was like, I was just double checking my helicopter was still there and not being stolen.
And that was the cliffhanger I was planning, so let's end it
Right.
there.
Okay.
Sounds like a good place to end. You have a spear in your back, you've got burns, there's a helicopter.
My character is essentially useless for the next half of the session.
No. You're wounded, you're not dead.
I'm very nearly dead. Okay, we'll see.
It's just a flesh wound.
It is but a flesh wound.
As before, your goal is not to get into combat, so I don't think you're actually that...
No, but I've already failed at that goal once today.
There we go
Right.
then.
Oh, thanks again.
So,
Yeah.
we should poke Nathan.
Oh, Merc's just turned up just as we're ending. If you want to know more, Murky, there's a link for it.
Yeah. So we should poke Nathan, because he seems not to have realised what's going on. I will do that over Facebook quickly.
Yeah.
You want to sum up for Merkson?
Yeah, so this is a roleplay game that San has written, as you can see on Kickstarter. Currently got a couple of days left, so if you want to back it, then that'd be fantastic. So far we have been... Oh god, what have we done? I have no idea! We were given a mission to go to speak to the Chinese because there was some animosity with them and the British. We work for MI5, by the way. The Chinese then turned around and said to us, there's these dudes in Peru that we want rid of, you need to go get rid of them. So we went to Peru. As far as we're aware...
From Mexico, aren't they? Peru is Incas.
Shush!
Potentially.
They were very geographically confused Aztecs.
They are, yes.
No, that's just how it works in this world. Deal with it.
As far as we...
Turning up in like Hungary or something.
We were in Egypt, which apparently looked like Turkey, so...
Yep, that's true.
As far as we are concerned, there's only fire and water mages. Turns out there's possible electrical / air as well. And that's where we ended it, kind of.
Well, we ended it with one guy taking a spear to the back and nearly... Well, he's about half dead.
I used to be a water mage like you, you're wrong.
He took a spear to the back.
And then as the other guy with a spear was about to take his turn and throw it as well, a chopper turned up, which does not belong to any of the party.
Yep.
So,
And that's where we're leaving it right now. And we're going to try and do it again another day. What day are we looking at?
Probably not this weekend for me. Although if I've been taken out of it anyway, then it might not matter.
Well, you haven't been taken out of it.
But you might be in field meds, so if we do it on Sunday, you can be like in field medic somewhere. Maybe.
I mean, I have had entire sessions where people are limping around with one or two spare consequence slots left.
I look forward to it.
But yeah, just keep an eye on Facebook and Twitter, Merc, and we'll let you know when we're doing it again.
Yeah. So that's that.
Yeah. Check out the Kickstarter.
I'm sorry, Nathan, that you didn't get to hit things with sticks.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of chances.
There will be exactly one chance to hit something with a stick before you get zapped with lightning.
Yep. And I will go protect my drones.
Make it a good one.
and work out how to be it.
Oh yeah, and of course, one time, Kit's character decided to stick guns onto drones because
Yes.
she made such a bad repair check.
Yes, I put guns onto drones. That didn't turn out very well. I'm going to now be taking all the guns off of the drones after
Yes.
learning my lesson. So yes. Anyway, it'll be up on YouTube, Merc, if you want to watch the replay of it.
Wait, is this going up on YouTube as well?
Yeah, this is going up on YouTube.
Okay.
If you want it to.
Yes, in that case, I will link to it on the Kickstarter.
Yep. So people can watch our 4 or 5 hours, however long it's been craziness.
Well, we started about 6:30, and it's 10:30 now.
4 hours.
4
So,
hours.
yeah.
That's good.
4-hour YouTube video.
Yay! Yeah, I'll be exporting as soon as I come off of here, so...
Okay.
Let's see you
So
guys.
we should sort out as soon as possible. Robin, you should get Facebook again because this is so much more difficult if I have to email everyone.
You have my phone number, you have my email address, you have my Steam account.
You're never on Steam.
I'm almost always on Steam. I'm on there now. Whenever I'm awake and my laptop is on, which is most of the time when I'm awake, it's there.
You're awake at weird times then.
Yes! Well done for finally realising this after 4 years.
I'm gonna mute you guys now so I can play the Kickstarter video one last time.
Okay.
Okay.
Marked for Death is a Fate module about assassins. It's designed to help you make engaging and challenging stories where your group work together to overcome adversity. It's all about the team. PC death is always lurking around the corner, but despite the change in difficulty, it's still got the same easy-to-use rule set as Fate Core. Welcome to Marked for Death.
Hi, my name is Sanchit Sharma and I'm the creator of Marked for Death. When the latest version of Fate Core came out, I was inspired. I played it extensively. I decided to create something where the players would need to cooperate in order to achieve their goals, where no one character could ever hope to achieve everything they needed to without the help of their teammates. So I playtested, I edited, looked for comments from other people, I playtested some more. About 2 years later, we'd reached the current state of Marked for Death. We're ready to go to Kickstarter. So how is it different? Well, to start off with, the skill list is a lot longer, about 3 times as long as in Fate Core. It's also a lot more difficult to get skills. You'll start off with maybe 7 or 8 skills in Marked for Death, whereas in Fate Core you'll start off with 10. In some other versions of Fate where the skill list is a bit longer than normal, you might even start off with as many as 15. You've really got to pick your battles in order to succeed. Secondly, I've created an entirely new magic system. It allows for both active and passive magic, whilst remaining about as simple as those presented in the Fate System toolkit. Finally, I've developed a GM tool that makes it easier for the world to react to the PCs. It's called reaction points. Put simply, it means the more attention the PCs draw to themselves, the more likely it is for the world to react. However, it's discreet and easy to use, so it still keeps things simple for the GM. So what about rewards? Well, you can get a physical copy, a digital one, or both. If you add another few dollars to your pledge, you'll be able to get a 5-session campaign as well. This game has come a long way since I first started. In fact, the first session that I ever ran of this was just an excuse to get a friend to come in and shoot my players with Nerf guns. Now, it's developed into a fully fledged game that's ready for people to play. In fact, other people have played it and absolutely love it. I'm running a few sessions over Roll20 over the course of the campaign, so that you can all see what it's like. Now that we've come this far, I hope you'll see that this is a great game and you really want to play it. That's all for now. Be sure to check out the rest of the page as well as the website. I hope you enjoy March for Death.